Okay, everyone, welcome to today's council meeting, Thursday, October 3rd, 2024, 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Alma Beltran,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabrina Rodriguez, Councilmember Juanita Molina,
Present.
Councilmember Diego Garza,
Present.
Councilmember Kathy Solorio, Treasurer Michelle Lopez. Thank you.
Okay, and we will be moving item for closed session to the beginning of the meeting. So if you want to go over the closed session item, and if there's any comments for closed session item, you could do it right after she's presented.
Thank you. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, the city will review the tort claims submitted by Sonia Hall and potential claims related to parcel number 355021-49.
Okay, is there any public comments on closed session items?
Yeah, Trinidad, excuse me, Trinidad Pimentel, 305 Fifth Street. Is this litigation is Sonia Hall, right?
Yeah, she's.
That's the one that you're gonna discuss in closed session? And I got a copy of her lawsuit, and it's extensive. I read most of it. And the bottom line is that there are three council members here that shouldn't even be sitting up there. After reading this litigation that she's got against the city of Parlier, there's three people that were being very unfair to this lady, and it's going to fall on the hands of the public again. Taxpayers are going to have to pay a big amount. They wanted to recall you, Mayor, because of something that we had nothing to do about it. And here it is mentioning three council members that were involved in extortion, letting her know that if she did not do what they wanted him to do, that they were going to fire her.
Okay, I'm sorry, we didn't have the time on, but I think if there's anything else, then we can move on to the next person that wants to say something.
I can't hear you.
Okay, we didn't get to put the time on, but if there's anybody else that wants to say something.
I just wanted to let you know that the three board members up there, council members, that should be walking out right now, and after reading this, they shouldn't even belong up there. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just want to let you know that I will reserve my comment on this. I was real busy all week, and I was busy all over and not even can tell you if I will be supporting your resignation or whatever, because I haven't been involved too much with the rest of the people. So I'm reserving my comments on that.
Okay, anybody else?
My name is Fernando Banuelos. I'm from Parlier. And the reason I'm here is because a couple of weeks ago, we talked about the lawsuit. And on the deposition that you said, Madam Mayor, was you said that you followed the direction of the attorney because of the lawsuit. Now I'm asking is the public and you, City Council, is to file a lawsuit for $25 million against Constanzo and his firm for not protecting our city. He should have protected our city knowing that we had no insurance. So I've talked to a lot of citizens in Parlier, $25 million, that lawsuit should be impeded. The other situation is Mrs. Rodriguez.
That has nothing to do with this case, so that's not public comments. You can wait till we start the public comments.
Okay, sure, I'll get a little bit better to,
Do
thank
with
you.
this claim, so yeah. So anybody else for the claim that's on here for closed session? If there's none, then we're going into closed session and we'll come back out. Thank you. Okay, we're already back from closed session, and council has something to report.
Reportable action during closed session, a motion by Councilmember Rodriguez and a second by Councilmember Molina was made with the vote of 4-1 with one abstention by Mayor Beltran to reject the tort claim made by Sonia Hall. No further action to report.
Okay, thank you. So now we can move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is public comments. I know, we already jumped into closed session, so that's okay. So, can we, public comment?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Again, my name is Fernando Banuelo from Parlier. And I'm asking for the City Council, again, what happened with the lawsuit with Mr. Garza, is to, I feel that Mr. Costanzo misled the City Council. And again, with your words, you said, we follow the directives of the attorney. So I'm asking for the City Council to sue his firm for $25 million. He has put the city in jeopardy and all the citizens. I believe that probably the water's going to go up, maybe some of the police officers, or taxes, one or the other. So I know you're saying no.
Well, you can't do that with the water bill. You cannot increase rates for something like that. So I
Okay.
just wanted a point of clarification, but
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And so I think that's about it. I really hope that you take that
Thank you for your
consideration.
comment.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else?
Trinidad Pimentel, I just have to report. You know, I was going by the park the other day, the Heritage Park, and that park is really working great. You got a lot of kids playing soccer out there. You got parents out there barbecuing. You got young children playing in the playground. I remember one time told me somebody it was a little park. Well, that little park is serving over 100 people almost daily, and that is what Parlier needs. We need some place for these kids to be at.
Right.
That soccer field is always packed with kids. I'd say maybe about 4 or 5 days out of the week, you got at least 25 kids out there, and that's very important for the chief, and that, you know, keep the kids out of trouble. And I'm very proud of that park, and I'm going to be just as proud of the park being built behind City Hall. That's going to be a big help for the senior citizens and for the people that just want to go sit down and barbecue and sit and talk about there. So I just wanted to report a little bit on that. And again, another thing too, the infrastructure for the flooding on J Street is moving along great.
I know.
And that's going to be a big help for the people in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Ismael Spindola. I want to ask is how did Mr. Pimentel obtain the paperwork for that lawsuit if it's not even public information yet? Where was it
There
obtained
is
from?
going to be public information.
Yeah, but as of when? Because he has it right now, and it's not. We cannot pull it up.
You need to ask him. So,
So
you-
where did you
yeah.
get that from? Where did that paperwork come from that you have for that lawsuit? How did you obtain it?
Did you go to the court?
No, you didn't because it's not on the website yet, and we're not able to access it. So how did it come about?
Madam Mayor,
okay.
Madam
No,
Mayor,
it is our
Okay,
business because
can you
we are
stop,
residents.
Mr. Spindiola? There's no need for an aggressiveness out of
No,
you.
there's
You-
no
you-
aggressiveness,
You
but
can
he
go
told
ahead
me-
and have a seat, and there's
I'm
no
able to
need for that
defend myself.
behavior here. It's unacceptable.
Okay,
You
but where
you
did
can
get
take that outside, Mr. Spindiola.
Yeah.
You can take that outside. It's not going to be accepted here.
aggressive here?
Yes, you are being very aggressive. You are. Be mindful of our older gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, please, can you take that outside? Thank you.
I was not going to say anything like Assembly said in my comments. It's ugly what is going on Parlier. You know, after reviewing the lawsuit with Sonia It's becoming worse. I'm not afraid of the loss from Sonia, to be very honest. I'm afraid of the previous lawsuit. And another lawsuit that, thank God, it was not filed by Mr. Flores because he was also let go.
No, he wasn't. He resigned.
Was let go, and
He
actually
resigned.
he was told creating
Okay.
cases against him really bad. Okay, so thanks to God, and I'm going to tell him thank you. I know where he works. The other thing is that I don't think it's good for you, Mayor, to say you want to take it outside.
Yes, because it's not acceptable
Don't
behavior
do that,
here.
Mayor.
No.
Don't do that.
I don't
Don't
tolerate
do
that
that.
behavior here, sir.
You know, whatever happens here, it needs to stay
No,
here.
violence is not accepted here.
Okay, so don't
and
say that
being
violence is.
aggressive like that is not acceptable.
What-
You
so
tend
what
to
you
do
saying,
it all
Chief?
the time.
So what's it saying?
If we need law
The violence is
enforcement here,
okay outside in front of the chief of police.
please call for law enforcement, because we don't need that aggressiveness, and it tends to come from you, Mr. Humberto Gomez, all the time.
Is
Hey,
that the
you're-
only time
thank
that
you.
you say that, Mayor?
It's all the time because you continuously do this.
Well, let me tell you
You
then.
can voice your concerns, but you don't have to be aggressive about it.
That's what I'm saying. That's a concern that I do have.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Now
That
you
I
may
do
have a
have.
seat.
That is not good for you to
Okay,
do it.
you may have a seat. Thank you.
I would just remind you in the audience that this is an opportunity for you to provide your public comment. It's not to engage in back and forth dialogue. So
Yes,
please be
thank you.
respectful.
Thank you.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
listen that, Mayor?
Okay, please have a seat. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else?
Bob Morales. Just letting the council know and the public know that on November 26th, we'll be holding a Thanksgiving dinner here. So I just want to let everybody know everybody's welcome.
That's great.
It'll be free to everybody, to the homeless and the seniors and everybody, so.
Oh, well, thank you.
To provide, maybe 300 to 400 people. And the other issue too is that we like some of the homeless people to speak out in public about what it means to be homeless. What we want is that, to have some of the homeless community to be representative, to understand the stories and why they became homeless. And then maybe so, therefore, we can probably select 2 of the homeless, so they can be part of our committee. And so that's what we're looking for. And if anybody else wants to help out, with the dinner, please help out.
Yeah.
Thank
Do you have a flyer so you can provide it to the city so we can post it?
We will have those made up and then we'll
Okay.
provide it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Is there anybody else that would like, I think there was one more person, and that way we can, it's public comment. Go ahead.
We're in public comments, aren't we?
Yes, yeah, I'm just letting council know that it's public comment right now at this time.
Yeah, okay. Juan Montaño, 500 Progreso Drive, Parlier. Good evening, council and mayor, staff. I know you're gonna have, the gentleman here did an assessment, I think, in the water. Are we gonna be able to?
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
Can we speak on that after he's done or before?
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up for public comments when it's on the agenda.
Also on all the contracts. I wanna be able to say something on that.
Oh, yeah, everything that's on here, you'll be able to, I'll
Okay.
open it up to the public.
I couldn't
Yes.
print the whole thing because it was 100 and something pages, so my printer wasn't working. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, I'll wait for that.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
anybody else? I think there was one. Go ahead. Yeah,
First of all, I'd like to apologize to the young man. I didn't mean to
there is
talk
no
to you in
point of
that
order
manner.
when it comes to public comment.
But
Counsel-
I do want to let you know,
Madam Mayor, sir, I would recommend that you limit the comments to 3 minutes per individual and not allow further comments unless it's gonna
Yeah,
be to a
well,
specific.
we allow Mr. Humberto Gomez to go up constantly, so I think that, go ahead, just finish your comments so we can move on.
ma'am, I was just going to clarify something. But if you don't want me up here, that's fine. Okay, that's why
we're
they
not
wanted
gonna-
2 guys as attorney. Thank you.
Yeah, this behavior continues almost all the time, and it's never positive, it's always negative, and we need to stop from that. I mean, it's an election year, I get it, people are running, and they want their time at the mic. But let's focus on the positive stuff for the city to move the city forward, instead of all the back and forth. So, is there anybody else that would like to make a comment about, okay, go ahead. Sorry. It's okay. He can put her right there and then bring it, because I don't think it will reach. They're gonna reach?
Reno, you could pull it closer to her.
Oh. Okay. Lucy Pimentel, 305 Fifth Street. I've been coming to the city council meetings since the 70s.
I don't think it's on. Oh, she doesn't have it close to her.
Okay. My name's Lucy Pimentel. I live at 305 Fifth Street. I've been attending the city council meeting. 1970, towards the end of 1970.
You turned it off now. Sorry, you turned it off. Just try to, yeah.
Okay, there. And, I've seen so much at the city council meetings since back then till now. But I think this city council is one of the best ones we've had. All of you are not in the mind state of thinking like you're 70, 80 years old. You guys are up to date. I know all of you. I know every one of you that sit up there. I know the chief. You guys are good people. Keep doing what you're doing. Do for the city. Do for the children of this community. Keep having your Christmas dinners, your Thanksgiving dinners. You guys are young. You guys have a lot of good ideas. Don't fight amongst each other. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the good things that you guys are saying and wanting to do. Sometimes we don't agree, but hey, just keep quiet, try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and maybe the rest will say, well, let's try what you suggested, and we'll do it. But don't mess up. Like I say, I've been coming to city council meetings for a long time. I've seen a lot of things that shouldn't have happened, things that shouldn't have been said. We live in such a little community. We know everybody here. We run into each other at the stores, at the restaurants here, at the functions that go here. I would like to be able to smile, shake everybody's hand, and not have any bad feelings. Okay. So throw that out of this. Just be good to each other and continue to make the good things happen for Parlier. You guys are young, you've got the energy, you've got a good thought in your head. Don't go backwards, go forwards.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to make a comment? Hearing none, so we have our consent items. Is there any item on the consent calendar that anyone up here would like to pull from council? I'm gonna pull the number 4. Is there any other one? No? Any from the public? Okay, hearing none. So do I have a motion to approve item 1, 2, 3, and 5? Motion by Diego. Do I have a second? By Sabrina. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And I know we have a representative for the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation Resource Fair Confia Rule event. Just so you can I pulled it so that way you can go over it for the people to know what this is for and what we're doing here. If you would like to approach the podium.
Good
Hi.
evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for having us. On behalf of my executive director, Dora Westerlund, we appreciate the opportunity to come and share. We're going to have a community event resource fair. We're going to provide educational, legal, financial resources to how to start your business. So we also are going to provide free food, entertainment, and for those who are business owners, if you show up to our event, we will have grants anywhere from $500 to $1,000. So the more people I get registered, the more funds I can request. So that's a free event. It's open to the entire community. I will stick around if you guys have more questions. I'll be more than happy to address the services that we provide. And again, we're here to help all business owners who need either resources to expand their business or to form their business. So Mayor, City Councils, and City Manager, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that you already have been working with businesses here in Parlier. Yes. And you presented a check to the business that recently opened there downtown. And you guys really do a lot to try to help our businesses. So I want to thank you for what you do and the organization. Also, I would like to thank David, because he's part of this whole project of Confea.
Yes.
I love it. So if there's anything you need more from us, just let us know. Our staff is always there willing to help you. And I think it's going to go out with the school, correct?
Yes, we brought 3,000 flyers, so they're going to be able to be mailed tomorrow. And I'm going to be doing some outreach too within the next few weeks. But we would appreciate, like I said, I'll leave my cards too if you guys have questions. Otherwise, David will be a direct contact. He's not here, unfortunately. He's on a business trip, but I'll be more than happy, like I said, to offer more information. We do still have a small grant for those who are owners of like carritos.
Yes.
Like the
Or
vendor
the
food.
vendors. Yes.
So we still have a grant of $4,000. So if they qualify, they can either be reimbursed for that or they can have that grant to support their business. And actually, we do have a pitch coming up, but I can bring that to the next meeting.
All right.
To the next meeting.
Thank you so much for everything.
No, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion to approve?
Motion. Second.
Sabrina and Diego, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we can move on to regular business, and this will be, Serta, you're presenting for, okay.
Yes, Mayor, Council, residents of Parlier, before you, we have a proclamation for the Red Ribbon Week, and that's Anti-Drug, Anti-Violence Week. So the story behind this is we had a DE agent working for United States to infiltrate.
Excuse me.
Which one are you on?
Oh,
Number, yeah.
Yeah.
Number
Oh.
6, Chief.
oh, we're not doing the, okay.
But you can go
Then
ahead
I'm
and
gonna-
finish that off, and then we'll jump back to your contract. So that way you already started that, so that's
Okay.
fine.
Number 3.
Yes.
Number 3. Oh, but his.
Let
number-
him,
oh, he
we
needs to
approve.
discuss. We already approved it.
I know.
Oh, you already approved it?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
But
go ahead.
and
No, go ahead.
I think
I
you,
just-
In your comments, you can say it in your comments.
well, I think there's people here, so just go ahead and inform them of the event, at least.
Okay, I just want to invite the community out to our Red Ribbon Week celebration and our march. We do it every year. It's annually. It's nationwide, and we're commemorating what Kiki Camarena did. He was a DE agent for the federal government, and he disrupted and infiltrated large cartels in Mexico that made a huge impact on the drugs that were being trafficking and into the United States. But he paid the ultimate price. So he was brutally murdered. But the impact he made was significant and profound. And because of that, every year we commemorate him, memorialize him. So on our on the week of Red Ribbon Week, which is October 23rd to the 31st, we will be celebrating and memorializing him. And we have we invite the entire community. It's free. We've got free food. We've got a large procession. The fire department comes out, the school, the Unified School District. We've got all our nonprofit organizations. We've got Academy of Excellence. Everybody comes out, and it's a really big event, free food, gifts, and raffles. So I encourage everybody to come out and participate in the march. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. So now we can move on to actually your contract. Item 6. Who's gonna? Okay.
Okay, so we do have an oral report that needs to be made before you consider approval of the contract. So item 6 is approval of the Chief of Police employment contract. The employment contract includes the following salary and fringe benefits: an annual salary of $126,827 for a period of 3 years, with an annual increase of 5% following a positive evaluation. The city will also provide 25% of the cost of an employee's dependent health insurance. It provides 80 hours of administrative leave, vacation accrual at a rate of 7.38 hours per pay period, and will also provide city fuel for personal vehicle used for city business.
Is there any questions from the council? Do we have any questions from the public?
I would. My name is Juan Montaño, and 500 Progreso Drive. I'm not saying that he shouldn't get a contract. I know the chief for a long time. But under the circumstances where we at right now and pending the appeals, I understand that there's 2 lawsuits in this paperwork. I don't know, I heard one from where it came from. I don't know where the other one, it's the pending land, I think. That's what my understanding.
What she reported out. Can you?
Yeah, I think. So, right now, I think it's something that we should step back, because we got to pay some money out. And if consideration of closing the PD was a long time of discussion years back, it's not that we're going to close it for good or forever, but we need to start. When I said, do we have a plan B? And discussions should be going forward on what are you going to do if it does happen, and you got to pay that money back. And so, with the pending other lawsuits coming, you're going to get into a very big area, and not having insurance. And that's another topic I want to touch on. But that's important that we start discussion. When I was here, we were going to close it. Measure Q came about, and I pushed because of the POA and all that. And Parlier only wanted, we brought somebody that did
Mr. Montaño, it's about the contract.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying, that you guys should take a look at whether to extend it or the period that he needs. Because if we have to close it, and then where are you going to be at anyway? I mean, that's up to you as a council. It's just a contract. It's a 3-year contract, isn't it?
But it hadn't expired. Was it expired? Okay, so that's why we're here, because it expired.
Just to extend it. I'm just telling you to be more prudent with the decisions that are being made. And we do need to think. If we don't think about the future, then that means that we don't have one.
Yeah. Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else? Okay, hearing none. So do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Diego. I have a second by Kathy. All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, next item is consideration of water rates. I think that's going to be Javier and Bergman. Is he here? Oh, sorry. The PowerPoint, I think. Yeah. Bertha, we need to train somebody. Chief. Oh my. Okay. I know. I could barely see that. I think.
The screen will come down.
Yeah.
No, she'll put down the screen. Turn off these.
It's. Oh, there it goes.
Okay. So good evening. Javier Andrade, city engineer. So on one of the council meetings, I was asked to kind of take a look at the water rate study and see what we can do. So it's a lot. It was a lot to digest in a short amount of period. I mean, this is something document that takes about a year to put together, but I'll give it the best shot we have here. Okay, go ahead. Next one. So just looking at the what was approved in 2021, what was approved was a rate change of 12% for the volumetric rates and 12% for the fixed monthly rates. So you just see it. It was approved for up to 2025. So right now, on the first was supposed to be the next increase of 12%. And I'm gonna keep going so I can explain some more things. But I just wanted to show you guys what was actually approved. Okay, go ahead to the next one. So part of the things that went in there's some questions about, is the TCP project in there? And the answer is yes and no, but I'll explain here now. So when we first did this study, we were looking at from 2021 into the future. So we couldn't plan for everything. I mean, you don't really know the insecurities of what's going to happen 5 years from now or 4 years from now. So one of the things that happened was we thought, if you see there the total cost of the TCP, we thought it'd be 14. I think it's more than that now, but it's completely grant funded. And so we used to think that we're going to have to get see that state revolving fund loan for $900,000. We thought we were going to have to get a loan to do some of the matching funds for that. And that's what was being accounted here. So I just crossed that out to show you, hey, we don't have to get that loan anymore. And that loan would have affected the rates of people. They would have to pay more to pay off that loan. So we got the grant for that. So what ended up happening also is, since we got the grant funds fully funded, we freed up our settlement funds, which were $9.385 million. So we actually have all those funds still, and those are restricted. We can't use them only for the TCP purposes. Those $9.3 million we got from the settlement. The state water board, when they gave us the grant to build the TCP project, the filter project, they said one of the conditions, will give you $17 million. The only condition is that you used your settlement funds for the operations and maintenance of that, of the TCP. Like, you got to buy new carbon every year or so, and it's pretty much just a Brita filter. So you got to keep swapping the filters, and there's more electricity being used. All that needs to be covered by that 9.3. So right here, I'm just showing you, hey, that we could remove from the rates. Assuming we did like another rate study, we would have removed the loan. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So, so part of the things that, so now since we freed up all of the $9 million, and since, like I said, since most of the, all of the TCP projects covered by the grant, we could, if you see the bottom red, $846,000, that was the cost of operations and maintenance of the TCP filters. And that originally we thought we were only going to have $6 million, and it would we would use them all up by the year 2031. But now, since we have the $9 million, we're going to be able to cover the operations and maintenance up to possibly 2036. So that's actually helping people not have to pay the so much higher rates. So it is going to be, it's probably going to be more than that now, because prices went up, the price of carbon went up. So those are 2021 numbers, pre the chaos that happened with prices. So just keep that in mind. But so it may not last to 2036, but we are just using those savings to pay off the operations maintenance. And then you can see there the SRF loan, $37,000. We don't have to pay that anymore, so I crossed it out. And I'll do a tally of what happened. So, okay, go ahead to the next slide. The other thing that was in the rate study that people had questions for was the sigma cost of building basins. We have to build, the state requires us to build these much basins that are going to recharge water from the canals. Right now we have 0. But we got the grant to pay for those. We got $5.2 million. Those are early amounts that we thought we were going to pay before the design, but now that we have more design, it's actually going to cost 5.2 for 3 basins. And luckily, we have the grant funds that we received to build those out. So that covers that. And the one thing I'll show you guys in the future slide is these costs are in the rate study, but they're not applied to the rates. These, we were going to pay for these with our savings account, not with the rates. So it doesn't, even though the grant covered those 3, it doesn't help the rates. So go to the next slide.
But we can still apply for other grants in the future. So it's not like that's the only grants that we're gonna get and that's it.
No.
So and the other thing, is that when the recharge basins that we need to do, it's yes, it is statewide, and it's because of the depletion of all the water that wells are going deeper and deeper because there's no water. It's the drought that we're dealing with. So this is why they're trying to recharge our basins.
Yeah.
So you're saying that that's not part of the study?
No, it was excluded from the rates because we have savings to cover those.
Okay.
And
So
I'll
there
show
is
you-
savings that will cover our rates.
Yeah, from our water fund.
Okay.
essentially.
That's all, okay.
So that's why it wasn't being paid through the actual ratepayer. And so, yeah, you see it on here and you think, oh, well, that's, the ratepayers are paying it, but they're paying it from past dollars, from money we've saved up or from, that we've accumulated in the water fund. So go to the next slide. So now here's the real reason why costs are going up. And so, yeah, we saved money by not having to do the loan, right? We got some money we got the whole TCP project paid for. But these prices are what we thought we were going to pay every year for our allocation of water from Sigma. So Sigma, remember, we have to infiltrate water into our ground, and we have a contract that the state required us to do to pay for water, certain amount of water every year. And this last year, we paid $476,000. Oh, this year, when we thought we were only going to pay $193. So they raised it up, the cost of water. It's a
and
huge,
it's statewide.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to mention on that is because, and I had that conversation with you about why we're having to increase rates. We have several farmers that are in city limits and businesses that are in city limits that are not paying for any water. They're not paying to CID. They're not paying to the city. Our rates are going up while they're getting water for free. One of the comments that was made at the last time when it was brought up is that they pay for PG&E. We all pay PG&E. That's all they're paying for. They're not paying for the usage of the water. And our rates are going to go up because they're not paying. The rates are going to go up for the residents because they're not paying. The other one that our GSA is also talking about, and this is coming from the state, where the schools need to pay because they're also on wells and they're still on city limits and they're not paying either. But the city residents and some businesses are the ones that are pretty much paying for the ones that are not.
Yeah, and other water agencies, they're charging private well users, like people
Everybody.
Have their own well, everyone evenly, and we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, but it's starting to change, and that's where we need do our due diligence and make sure that they pay too, because it's not fair to keep taxing the people that are paying and increasing their rates while others don't pay anything at all.
Yeah, so that is, so that water allotment that we're paying is to pretty much say, hey, we're taking, as a region here in the city of Parlier limits, we take out this much water, but we have to put a certain amount of water in, and to get the water to put in, we have to pay for the irrigation district to give us the water to put in. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Are the apartments, excuse me, are the apartments paying for water?
Yeah, so they pay us our rates for city water.
They pay it. Because I understand that people that rent apartments say they don't pay water.
No, it's the actual
Excuse me.
it's the actual
Hey,
apartment owner that
order.
plays it.
I'm talking to him.
Correct?
Order.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the apartment
Okay.
owners.
Yeah. So because they say they don't pay water, so I just want.
They
It's
don't.
probably in their rent because it's a simple answer, because I think we recently, a few
Right.
years ago, we changed it to where the property owner has to pay the rates.
I didn't hear you. So do the apartment owners and every apartment get their own water bill like we do?
Yeah,
No.
everyone that gets water gets a bill.
Let me just
Okay, I
clarify
need
because I don't want the
my
community
God,
to
can I finish here, please?
confused.
Ma'am,
Go ahead and finish off so I can clarify. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish, Kathy.
well, anyway, because they say they don't get a bill.
They don't. Residents.
You can't stop
This
her.
is where let me clarify because this is where the confusion is at. Apartment complexes, every person in a unit does not get a bill. The one that gets the bill is the actual property owner of the complex. They pay it for everybody else, and it's included in their rent. It's not like every unit is going to get their own little personalized bill. That they don't do that. But the owner of the complex does get a bill for everybody that is in that apartment complex. That is what the clarification I'm trying to put out there, because you're going to mislead people thinking that the apartments complex don't pay for water, and they do. Not the actual individual living in the unit, but the owner of the property does.
Yeah, and the owner, Kathy.
Okay, that was my question. So but you said that they do get a water bill, but that was my question. The owner pays it, but they do pay their share of water.
Yeah.
That's so simple. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
The reason you're probably getting those comments from people that live there is because it's probably included already in their rent, and they don't know that. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, we thought we were going to pay. So yeah, we saved money from the settlement funds, right? I mean, from the loan they paid off all the TCP project, but the money we saved compared to how much the costs of water have gone up is less. So, and I'll go through how much the difference is. So go ahead to the next slide. And so here's the invoice. I just want to show it to you guys so you can see. This is from the GSA. So this is part of Sigma. I mean, it's right there. It's plain as day. That's how much they're charging us. Okay, next slide. So the unforeseen cost is on the left. I have them in red there. Those are the costs of Sigma that went up compared to what we thought we were going to have to pay back in 2021. And that totals $555,000 that we didn't account for in our budgets. And the money we saved from the TCP maintenance and from the TCP loan and for those years, all that totals up for $439,000, just to simplify it. So yeah, we saved some money, but we actually had to spend more money than we thought. Even and that happens when you do a rate study that far ahead. It's usually done with what you have on hand. But we got lucky that we saved that money, and those unexpected costs came because it kind of was a wash.
Which it should have been included from the first one, because if you look at the resolution water study, it included that increase. So it was already projected till, I think it's like the 5 for third year. There's a fourth year. So then the next year it's going to increase again. So right now it's $400 per acre foot. Then it's going to go up to 500. So all of those projections were actually brought to the city, and it should have been included in the first study.
It is included, and you see it, if you want to go back to the slide, you see it going up with that, but not to the level that it ended up, because they redid their equation of inflation. It's a weird equation they did, and I'm not prepared to do that, but that's a part of Sigma and part of the GSAs. So we really have to probably spend some time and make sure that that's the Sigma and their GSA. Those costs are reasonable, because they went up more than what we even thought. If you go back to go up right there, so you see how it goes up to 300,000 2027, 200,000 2025. That's what you're talking about.
Is that the rate of 500 per acre foot? Because you're giving me the actual total, right?
Yeah.
And so is that the calculation from the 500 per acre
I would
foot?
have to check, but I imagine so. I can check, but yeah, I think it is. That's why we escalated it to that.
Okay.
To the 500 per acre.
Where's Dan? I think that would be. Oh, there. Do you know if that was part of the study that was done back in 21? I think it turned.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So I did the study in 2021. The driver to do that rate study was Sigma, because and the TCP cost. That's like, okay, we got to deal with this.
Right.
And at the time, I used the projections I had from the GSA. But what Javier was saying is that the GSA costs have been higher than projected.
Oh.
And the same is true for the other members of your GSA dealing with it over in Sanger as well. And I'll talk about that when it's my turn.
Okay.
But it's not my turn yet.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, so next slide, please. Next, right there. So go back to that one. So right here, you can see, for example, groundwater management, we projected, I guess it's the same thing. Okay. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to explain with this, you can't really see it up there, but that top green bracket, what that is revenue. Just how much people are paying for water. And if you see 2018, 2019, 2020, now we have up to 2022, which Dan will go through exactly what we're getting and what we're paying. But I want to show you guys that that top bracket is income, the green bracket up top. That's what we're making. So 1.9, we've forecasted 1.7 for 2022. But if you see our operating expenses, it's the red bracket right beneath it. That's what we're using to charge people the rates. And that just needs to cover our basic operating expenses. So the cash in has to match what the basic operation expenses are. And basic operating and maintenance expenses, it's like electricity for the pump. Our guy that goes out there and fixes a piece of a pipe that we need to fix the water system. So those are hard costs. And it's just the only thing we're charging the ratepayer is literally just the things that we need to operate the well and the water system. It's real cost. It's not like, and part of that cost is the groundwater management. You see that on line item 13, it says right there with the red 3 boxes. So you take that minus that, and you have to get somewhere close to a positive number, and that's how you determine the rates. So nothing else gets charged there. And then you see down there where it says operating cash available. So I wrote right there cash on hand. So in 2020 we had $8 million, $9 million projected 2021. So that's a available cash. And you see the capital expenditures, project costs to be removed. So those are the expenditures that we were going to spend from our cash. So pretty much saying we're not charging it to the ratepayers up there for the basins and all that. We're charging it down here on our savings account essentially, and that's kind of how I wanted to clarify it for you guys. Yeah. So go to I think the next slide, and then right here you can actually see in 2022 our real numbers. Those are audited. In 2022, how we paid more for the groundwater management. So really all we're doing, and then we'll go over exactly where we are now, but see 2022, those are real numbers. We made 1.7 million, but we spent 1.71, right? So we were net positive 43,000. And we got lucky because we paid more for the Sigma than we thought we did. And the only reason we got lucky is, like I said, because we saved on the TCP project and we saved on the maintenance of the TCP because it's not operating.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's lucky or not, but we luckily we're in the black. And then next year we have numbers already for 2023. We made 1.8 and we spent 1.7, so we're in the black. And then 2024 we have numbers. We made 2 million and we spent 2.1. So you see, that's with the extra 476,000 now that they're charging us for Sigma. So now we're in the red this year. And with no increase, we're going to keep going in the red further and further. But now I think I can pass it over to Dan unless you have any questions, because he's going to tell you exactly future what would happen in different scenarios.
Okay.
Thank you, Javier. It's a pleasure for someone else to do my work. I'm going to turn a little bit sideways here because the people behind me are as important as you folks are, and I know everyone is interested in this.
Right.
So I'm Dan Bergman, and I did the water rate study in 2015 and then again in 2021, and have essentially done it here again by updating all the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Because the groundwork was already set. so it's been a pleasure to work with Javier and coordinate, and I won't even say defend my work, just more explain, and also see.
Well, I don't want you to think that that it's about you having to defend your work. It was because we no longer needed the actual, on the resolution, it stated it was for the TCP project. Since we had it fully funded, that is what needed to be removed and do a new study to justify why the rates went up, because we did get those funds to cover that cost. So Megan was here at the last meeting and she stated that it would require a new study because that actually did not apply anymore because we have the funds and the resolution stipulated for the Sigma increase and the TCP project. So it wasn't like, you know, you did something that wasn't proper or anything like that, because at that time we didn't have the funds.
I understand. Yeah, defend is a strong word, but it's also a pleasure in my work to do the rate studies and then to come back and see how it turned out.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're going to look at now. I want to do a little background explanation first. City Council, a little bit less for you and a little bit more for the public. The enterprise funds within the city are businesses that are operated separately from the general fund. And each of the individual enterprise funds are operated individually. So all the revenue that comes in from the water rates that customers pay is for the water expenses. And the revenue from the sewer rates, that line item on your bill, is for sewer, and similarly for garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And the law says that all of that revenue that comes in has to be used for those funds.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be used someplace else.
Correct.
And so it makes, I guess I would say, it makes my job and our job more of a math equation, because we need to look at what the expenses are in each of the enterprise funds and then see how much revenue we need to cover them and then set rates fairly to bring that revenue in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, those of us who are in business for ourselves, you would love to do business that way. How much money do you need to make a profit, and just set it? But with government, that's why we have oversight, because we're determining what we need to cover only our cost, and that's all. And you and them are what makes sure we don't do more than that. And Javier and I do the math, essentially, in the projections and the checks. So this, what I'm presenting to you tonight, we can go to the next slide, is the same type of table that Javier was showing your city engineer from the rate study, but updated. And so I have the 2022 audited numbers, which I didn't have when I did the rate study. We have 2023 and 2024 completed, unaudited, but the years are behind us. Fiscal year 2024 ended in June. And then the 24-25 budget, which I coordinated with Finance Department with Sandra to make sure that we agree on numbers and they're the same. Now, when I did the rate study in 2021, rates were set to provide a little bit of extra income, just so we have a little bit of cushion, and that's okay, because the money can go to the fund balance anyway and be used later, and I'll talk about fund balance in a few minutes. What Javier was pointing out is that expenses were a little bit greater overall than projected, especially in the last 2 years. So what you see in the bottom line, but before I go specifically into this chart, let me just explain how it works. So each of the columns are years, you can see that. And the revenues for the water enterprises is water only, water revenue and water expense. Revenues are on the top, excuse me, and the operations and maintenance expenses are in the middle. I show interest income down toward the bottom, but the bottom line is the one that matters. It's the question, did we lose money or did we gain money during the fiscal year? In the rate study, the plan was that those numbers on the bottom line would be a couple $100,000 a year. So every year would be a couple $100,000 in the black. But because expenses have gone up for fiscal 2023, based on unaudited numbers, it looks like a little over $100,000 in the black, but for fiscal '24, we're actually in the red. So for fiscal '24, primarily because of the increased cost of the groundwater cost, $476,000, we're in the red. Now, each of these years, coming from the rate study, there have been 12% increases. According to the rate study, on October 1st, the next 12% rate increase goes into place. And I'll talk about that impact on a bill in a few slides. But the main thing that we're seeing here is that with the 12% increase, based on the city budget, and I've included $90,000 in bad debt, which is not in the budget, you're roughly break even. $7,000 is break even. Without the 12% increase, it would be around a $300,000 loss.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of it too, keep in mind that it's also due to the fact that there's approximately $500,000 that was not collected, and from bad debt from the past, and that was kept on the account, and it created a big old problem here where there was a lot of people showing up, and we had the whole council full of concerns. They even called the media, but at that time there was people that had moved, and for whatever reason left the balance in that account for that address, and so a new person moved into the home and received a bill from the city from a previous owner. And that's also debt that was never collected because there was never any liens put on the home, because if they would have done that, put the liens on the home, when they would have sold the house, they would have received the debt that was owed to the city. That was never done. So that's part of the reason why we have the negative, because it was a problem with, I think it was it last year? No, 22, I think it was, or?
Yes, well,
I don't remember the year, but it just recently happened.
Let me talk about that now, Mayor, since you brought it up. When I was here before, I emphasized the importance of working in that. And your staff has done an outstanding job, driven by Mary, who works right over there.
Mary Lopez.
When I come here each time, she shows me her records and how she keeps tracks and how she color codes and who's on a payment plan.
Yeah.
And in fact, I lowered that number from 6%
No,
to...
and they do, and I'm not blaming it on, because this happened from 2016.
Right.
When that happened, when there was an issue with the water meters, and everybody was getting these outrageous bills, and the manager then thought it was okay to just leave the debt there and just don't collect because it was a mess. Nobody really knew what the real bill was, like what was the real amount that was owed. And we thought that he had fixed it, but actually he left the debt in that address. So when we got a new finance director, she saw, oh, well, they owe us. Let's send the bills so they can start paying off of their debt, and that's when it created that problem here. So I'm not saying that necessarily it was this staff, because we have a turnover of staff that was here, and so, but that was done, and at that time it was that manager that was here that did that and created this problem, so we never collected on that. And I don't know if we can even collect on it now, because we don't know who's there, and it's, people move out and they rent homes, and so it's not always going to be the same owner.
That's right. It's a problem when tenants move.
Yeah.
Because you can't,
track
they don't
them.
own anything.
Yeah.
So the bottom line here is fiscal '25, the year that we're in now, the year that started July 1st, is projected to look roughly break even. It'll be better if that bad debt number is lower. Mm-hmm. And this is consistent with the projected expenses that the finance department's going to be presenting. Mm-hmm. It's interesting, in the next year, which are numbers that have been escalated again with a 12% increase, you see, oh, well, in 2026 it looks a lot better, 189,000 in the black. it's too far out to have a lot of confidence in that number. But if that number is true, which I hope it is, it's needed in the fund balance. And I think that's what I'm going to talk about next. We can come back to this if you want. So
Yeah,
the
that's
next
fine.
slide. Oh. So the point I want to make, if you were to ask the question, how can we lower our expenses? Initially, it was to focus on both groundwater cost and paying bills. But then after I talked to Mary and looked at some of the aging reports, it's like, wow, these people are making progress. So just keep up the good work. But with groundwater, the groundwater expenses overall in your GSA are astronomical compared to other places. I was working in Sanger yesterday and was working with their city engineer who's part of the GSA, he's a technical advisor. And there was a long discussion about what can we do about this. And in fact, the city manager wanted to come tonight just to hear what you had to say, Nathan Olson.
Yeah, I met him.
Because it's an issue.
Yeah.
Your $476,000 to them this year is $1.4 million. Your $476,000, it's 25% of what people are paying. And just so people understand, in the past, the water that you got out of the ground was free. You just had to pay to lift it out of the ground. Well, now, under California law, you have to buy groundwater, buy surface water to make it up. So it's as though you're not getting the benefit of the free groundwater. You're just not. It's expensive. It's $400 to $500 an acre foot, which is too much. I would argue it's too much.
It is, but this is coming from the state, and the GSAs are the ones that, and I'm on that board for the GSA.
Oh, you're the board member?
Yes.
Oh.
So I know exactly what's going on, but my concern is, again, and I've said it, it's that everybody needs to put their money into the pot of what's going to be paid, because we have businesses and we have, farmers that are in the city limits that are not paying for it. And that's why the schools too, which that discussion did come up, where the schools are going to eventually have to pay as well. They're going to be metered. And I think it's only right, because we keep charging our residents to increase so we could afford it, to pay for the bill, right? And I just gave her the check. I just signed a check for the GSA. It's what was it? $478,000. I just signed that right now. And it's not fair that we keep taxing everybody in the city, because we're going to go after the residents to try to pay. You take from Peter to pay Paul, and all this stuff that you keep going back and forth, and they keep raising the rates on us, and we have to raise the rates on them. Well, the only way we're going to be able to not continue to do that, which I did have that discussion with Javier, and hopefully with this study, maybe you can, and also including the GSA, is making sure that everybody puts and contributes to that cost, because not everybody is, and the only ones that are paying are the ones that are here, the residents that are here, getting their rates increased every single time. But then you have schools that are not paying, and they're using a lot of water. You have businesses that are also using water that are not paying. You have farmers that use water to water their fields, and they're not paying, and they're in city limits. I've heard this comment before where they say, well, they don't have to pay the city, but they're in city limits because they don't even pay to the CID. Because now that they're in city limits, they're no longer in county. And when they were in county, they did pay them. But now that they moved them and put them into the city limits, they're not paying us anything. So that's a win-win for them. But for our residents, it's not.
That's a lot.
Can I just ask, Javier, can you get and show us, where the city, and then what farmers, and obviously we know the school district, but can you get us of who's using the water, how much, and what they're not paying, so that we can?
I think I can tell you who is not on the city water, because they're not paying the rates, which pays the Sigma. So yeah, I can tell you, I can come up with a list.
So if you can give us a list, and that way we can see, and then, I don't know what the process would be to figure out how we get that to start paying because at the end of the day, that's what needs to be done.
That's
I agree with the mayor that, you know, they do, it's not fair that the residents do and they don't. So, but we don't know what farmer is not paying.
Well-
And that's why I'm just asking if you can bring that to us. That way we can know, because like I said, I don't know who's not paying. I mean, it could be farmer on that side, this side, or that side. So if you
It's
can
all
give
over.
us that breakdown, that way we can know and see how we move forward, how we can move forward and do that.
Yeah.
Thank
I'll
you.
get that.
Okay, moving to the next slide.
Yeah. So just to clarify though, it's only the names of the businesses and the farmers, right? Because there's no way of knowing how much water they're using because nobody's metered. That's what I was.
Yeah, they don't have
gonna try-
meters, but I'll come up with something, some estimates based on the crop or whatever. I can do something.
Would the groundwater sustainability know anything about that? Because they're charging us based on water that we're using. So how would they not be able to justify how much the city's using and how much the farmers are using if they're charging the city that amount of money? There has to be a certain way that they calculate their stuff, because they're not just gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna bill $500,000 to the city of Parlier."
That's the calculation that the engineer makes. Our engineer is the one that gets the calculations of what the water has been used, and that's based on his information. They don't track us. We provide them the information,
Yeah.
and then they base it off that information that was given to them to tell us, okay, this is how much you owe.
Okay, so then again,
It would
can
be
you give
Javier.
us can you give us what the breakdown is
Yeah.
for every business that is, or rancher that's not paying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that we know, and obviously we want them to pay, and so that's what I'm asking. I don't know, I guess I didn't say it right the first time, but hopefully it got better on the third time. so.
Yeah, more clarification, thank you.
Let me make two clarifications, especially for the residents that are here. First of all, the water that they're talking about is water that's coming out of wells. It's not coming out of the city's water system. Wells that are drilled within the city limits. That's the first thing that's important. And the second thing is when we talk about groundwater recharge associated cost, they're costs that you aren't even seeing them yet. So they're not in the work that's been done. They would be cost in the future if this continued. So it doesn't change what we're doing now.
No, but the reason I'm saying about them paying their fair share is because it will help the rest of it. It would be more paying into the bill versus the same people paying into this bill that's for Sigma, you know, and it will help us not keep raising those rates. That is why I'm saying that, is that have them contribute to the bill as well.
So sorry, Bergman, but so are you trying to say that the only thing that we're getting charged for is what's coming out of our well, not the rancher's well?
Well, let me direct that one to Javier.
Calculations.
The estimated cost calculations that they're paying on right now are based on the city's use, right?
That's
Yes.
correct. So we give them how much water our meters altogether used, and then they compare with the rest of the GSA, Sanger and Delray. And then we divide the cost of the water that we have to take in by those gallons. So, yeah, so if, like, for example, if you could estimate like a school, for example, is using 1,000 gallons, and we would add that, and then they would pay for those 1,000 gallons.
They would contribute.
Yeah.
But the schools are on meters?
No.
Or they're not? So we would have to put meters on the schools?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying? And so how would we do that with the wells for the farmers? How would we calculate what water they use if they're on city zone? If they're in city limits, how are we going to calculate how much they're getting out of the groundwater wells?
They're gonna
Yeah,
get out of
that's the
town
hard
quick.
part.
The thing is, this is where it's getting,
I could not hear you.
it's getting, I guess they're getting confused on what I'm saying. It's coming down the pipeline no matter what. The state is already saying that the schools have to contribute to that, they have to be meters. The farmers have to have meters. Other cities are actually doing that. The problem is that we're not doing it. And even though it is groundwater and it's well water, they're still depleting the water that are around them. So in order for us to make sure that they pay their fair share and they don't deplete it, because they could be metered and they're going to conserve more. Right now, that it's like the whole purpose of being metered statewide was to conserve. That was the reason why the governor, Jerry Brown at the time, passed it for the entire state to be metered. So to conserve, that is why in the bill itself, it states that it's solely by usage. That's how we charge the residents, every dwelling, by usage. Because this way it will, the ones that are seeing that they're going to conserve more and pay less, they're going to continue to do that. When you're on a flat rate, you're going to, back in the day, you could see people just letting the water hose just run down the street, the water all into the curb, and nobody cared. The reason why it was done this way was to conserve water, and it does help when people want to pay less. It's like your PG&E bill. You don't want to turn on the air conditioning because you don't want to pay too much. You manage it until you can't tolerate it anymore. But it's the same concept. So to me, it's like it's being metered. There is ranchers that are being metered, and there is schools that are being metered. So it can be done. Yeah. So it's not like it's impossible. It hasn't been done. It's being done. We're just the only ones that are not doing it. I'm sure there's other cities that are not, but we are one of them that are not.
So again, I mean, I guess my point is correct, as from what she said, is that we need to know how much they're using.
Yes.
And that's what I asked for the very first time that I spoke about this. So Javier, if you could bring that to us, thank you.
I will, and just to, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and my question was, again, we need to know how are we going to have them put the meters, because how much are they going to pay for it? Are we going to pay? The city's going to pay for it? So if you can look into all that and just bring it to us, I think that'd be really great. Thank you, Javier.
Yeah, and to
Yeah,
clarify.
could you, that way they could understand what I'm trying to say.
We
I'll
do
bring
understand. I'm sorry, Javier.
Javier, my thing is, if they put meters on the ranchers, they're gonna get out of Dodge because they use a lot of water.
Well, then they would get out of
Bottom line.
California. It's California
So,
mandated.
can you give us a little update proof? Check that, how many ranchers have meters, please?
Yeah, and to be clear, just to clarify, we can't do any of that. We can't charge them or anything. That's all going to be the GSA. It's not going to be us, but we're one part of the GSA.
Yes.
So one of six, I
So
believe.
let's get Dan to move on. I'm sorry we're stuck on this still, but go ahead. I'm
Let's
sorry.
get unstuck.
Yes, thank you.
Let's talk about, we talked about revenue and expense.
Right.
And what I showed you is that the net income at the end of the year is moving towards break even. So now we're going to talk about how much money's in the bank.
Yeah.
And so this is from the 2022 audit, which is
Mhm.
kind of old, but it's the last audit we have. And I don't think some of these numbers have moved too much, but I can make my point from these numbers.
Mhm.
So this is what's called the balance sheet, and it shows how I just cut out the section that shows how much cash is in there and other current assets. And I talked about how they're accounted for differently. Well, it's water, sewer, and refuse. You can't see that. But these are the columns with those numbers specifically. The point I want to make about this is when you see that $8.2 million there, you think, wow, that's a lot of money in the water fund. Javier already talked about that. A portion of that is restricted.
Mhm.
The other thing I want to point out about this, the due from other funds line.
Right.
To call that loan is not really the best way to do it. It's something the accountants do, the auditor does each year because other funds, general fund, other enterprise funds, cannot have a negative balance.
Correct.
So that $2.4 million is owed to the water fund from other funds.
Can I just interject really quick here, because I did see that, and I just wanted to bring up, because I did look at the financials for what you're talking about. I did do the homework on that, and it's back from June of 2020, and it's under the liabilities, correct?
Yeah, I've got a couple more pictures.
And it's due to other funds. And at that time, in June of 2020, it was 4.3 million that was due to all funds combined. And then in the general fund, it was owed 3.7 for the water fund. In June of 2021, it dropped from 4.3, and it was 1.8. And in our general fund, it was owed of 1.3 in 21. Then we move on to June of 22, and it was 2.3 from the total funds, all funds, and the general fund balance that was owed to the water at that time was 808. And this is from the audit report. And so my thing is that since we were here back in 22 of 808 that was owed to the water fund, how did we get back to in 22 to 2.4? That's my question.
Can I come back to that one? You're doing my presentation.
I'm sorry. I just went. I read the stuff. I looked it up.
You did?
I did my homework. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So the point I want to make from this slide is it looks like there's a lot of money there. Go to the next slide. So when you go down on the same page, page 10 of the 2020 audit, it identifies the restricted funds, which were the result of a lawsuit which was given to the city specifically for, in this case, it's going to be used for the operations and maintenance of those big filters that are being built. But it's for that purpose, 9.3. Now go to the next one. So this is what the math looks like. If you subtract the restricted 9.3 from the cash that's there now, you have negative 1.1 million. But if the other funds paid everything back, which they should eventually, there's 1.3 million. But the point is the 2.4 million that's owed isn't there now. And I'm showing you all of this just to make the point that the water fund balance could be served well by having a healthier fund balance that's available to cover capital costs that are not TCP related. So it's not like we have money there that we can use for paying expenses. Okay, next slide. Oh, and this is what the mayor was just explaining to us. This is the page 36 of the audit, which accounts for all that money that's owed to the water fund. You see water fund on the top line, that $2.4 million number, which we just saw. And this shows how the city's auditor, in doing the audited financial, is temporarily accounting for that money that direction. And I'm being careful not to use the word loan. But the fact is they have to pay it back. And as the mayor pointed out, from the previous 3 years, the number is going down. It's been improving. And the work that I've done, I don't know what's happened in 22, 23, or 23, 24, but you'll find out soon because they're working on that now. Okay, where are we? Next slide. Oh, one of the points I wanted to make, especially from the perspective of the public, when people are concerned about what's going on, in this case, for the Water Enterprise Fund of the City of Parlier, one concern could be that our expenses are too high. And if expenses are too high, then that's an issue with city staff because how they're managing the system. But another concern could be, and I know is, that there are many people that just can't afford the bills. It's a different problem. Now, for people that can't afford their bills, you don't want to hear that. I wouldn't want to hear that because I'm looking for a reason. This is too much money. I don't have the money. It must be too much. It must be too high. But I just have to point out there's two different issues. And this slide is an example of how the city has received money from the state arrearage program. Arrearage essentially means money that was owed from the past. So there were 2 rounds of this. And the first round in 2021, this was during COVID. This is actually federal money that filtered down through the state and then to cities and districts. The program paid all past due amounts for customers during that COVID period. And so the city did the application work for 2021. I helped with the application work for 2022. All of this money has been received. And as a customer, what you would see on your bill is that maybe one person in this room may have seen it, the past due balance would have gone down. If you had a balance due from that period during COVID, it would have been erased by that payment. And actually, I think the accounting was just done in the last month or so. to divide that money up to all the customers that had a deficit during that time. But these are programs that have helped customers. Someone was telling me about the Heath program. I guess they're next door. I don't know what they do. But to the extent people can find help to cover utility and other costs, that's a really important thing. Next slide. So this is what the rate increase looks like for a single-family customer here in Parlier. If you take all the single-family customers and take the average of how much water they use, it's about 11,000 gallons a month. So that 11,000 gallons a month is more like 5,000 in the winter, and it might be 18,000 in the summer when you're watering the lawn. But if you use 11,000 gallons a month, the amount you're paying for water right now is $45.03. With a 12% increase, already approved, as you know, it's an additional $5.45 a month that you would see for 11,000 gallons. I know there's been some discussion about shifting how the costs are charged. So what I showed here as an example is I lowered the monthly fixed cost, which is always the same on your bill, from $25.18 to $20, about $5. The thing I'm showing you here is, hey, this isn't fair, Dan, because you increased the volumetric rate. I did that to get to the same number, $50.48. So it's true that mathematically you could lower the fixed rate, but in order to get all that revenue that's needed to cover the expenses to cover the water system, you would need to increase the volumetric rate. And the mayor has something she'd like to say.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, the fixed rate, that's another one that, and if you remember, back in 2016, we had this discussion even back then with the fixed rate as well.
I can't remember that far.
Oh, I do. But that's a girl thing, though. So the thing is, with a fixed rate, when the bill passed for the meter bill for the state of California, it's by volumetric rate only. You could only do one or the other. So my thing, and I've had this problem from before, and it's coming back again, is that we're doing a fixed rate. And it should only be volumetric rate based on the bill. And so what I had talked about, Javier, because we did talk about that too, maybe instead of doing a fixed rate, monthly rate, having a percentage of the interest, the 12%, maybe increasing it to a little higher. This way, again, goes back to those that are going to use more water are going to pay more water. Those that are going to try to conserve are going to pay less. So therefore, why punish the ones that are trying to conserve by giving them a fixed rate when you should be giving them a solely by volumetric rate? Because one of the concerns that I got from some of my seniors is that it's only them two in the house, and there was one that specifically told me that her bill, and I know it's the utility bill, they call it the water bill, but it's the utility bill, we're paying $200. So I have a problem with that fixed rate, and based on the bill that stipulates that it's solely by volumetric rate. That is the purpose of that bill, to put to have everyone on meters by 2025 so that they all conserve because of our drought in California. So I had that problem back in 2016. I'm still having that problem now. So I don't know if you could find a different percentage that this way it's fair to the people that are trying to conserve, and those that want to keep using all kinds of water and just keep using water, they're going to pay for what they use, instead of having the residents that are trying to conserve still pay a flat fee.
Well, we probably need to have some discussions and legal evaluation of what your understanding the law says. And
AB 2572.
Yeah, that.
Yes.
One of the things I want to point out about, let me share a little information about rate setting. I hadn't looked at this until I was just standing here, but when you look at the balance, actually in October, It's $25 roughly for fixed and $25 for volume. That's an average customer. From a city standpoint, that's good because if a customer doesn't use any water at all, they're still going to pay you $25. Why is that fair? Because you are there to provide them water. Your system is there when they need the water. It's like a standby charge. If that customer uses more, to the extent the customer uses more than 11,000 feet, the volume portion goes up a lot, but the fixed portion stays the same. It's a 50-50 mix. From a rate setting standpoint, that's a good balance because you're covering your fixed costs for the system, even when people don't use very much water. I'm not sure what next steps she would like about.
I did ask for council to look into that because this has been one that I've been fighting since 2015. And I don't know if you remember.
9 years.
Huh?
9 years.
Yes, because, well, and it was fixed because it also states on there that if we're going to charge a flat rate, which was a service fee. Remember, the service fee was $16. That is why the city did the $16 service fee. Because you can do that as long as it doesn't exceed the amount what the flat rate was or equal to it. So this is where I think it's important for us to look into that because I can tell you that the cities that I've looked into don't have a fixed rate. They've had a service fee, but they don't have a fixed rate. I checked in Fresno. I think I even asked Bertha, didn't you kind of check yours too over there? I think theirs is different though. It's through it's not through the city, I don't think, right? Or is it through the city? But it still applies to any, water service company, bill.
Can I ask Javier to give us some insight on some of the tiered systems that can be adopted so that the heavier usage users get charged a higher percentage and that would make up for the extravagant use?
Yeah, and that's one thing that he did mention to me as well.
Tiered rates.
Yes, and I have seen that in other cities. So maybe
I pay tiered rates where I live.
See, that's maybe something that you guys can look into for the ones that are using more water. Then they pay a different. What you
I can
said.
explain it to
yes,
everybody.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A tiered
Dan.
rate is just you have like 3 brackets or 3 or 4 brackets. If you use like 1 million gallons a month and you just have a crazy landscaping, you pay a little more by gallon. Like, so your gallon of water costs a little more than the bottom tier. The guy that's conserving or the grandma's conserving water to not waste water, they pay less per gallon. So that's what a tiered rate is.
Mm-hmm.
A tiered rates would help people that use lower volumes of water.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a lawsuit a few years ago down south where an Orange County city had to, I forgot the name of the city, but they had to defend tiered rates. And what came out of the lawsuit was tiered rates are fine, but you need to be able to define why the more expensive water cost you more. But then there are big utilities that still charge tiered rates.
Yeah, I mean, we get that in every utility PG&E is one example. They do tiered rates. So, and they get away with everything. So, but maybe if you can look into that, maybe if that would be something you can, that you can actually.
To implement tiered rates, you would have to go through the full legal noticing procedure
218 again. Well, we will still have to do that because since it's a new, since we don't have that justification for the resolution that was passed in 21 for the TCP project, we will still have to do the whole process all over again because it doesn't apply anymore.
Well, Mayor, my understanding is that the rate study that was done still holds, but that would be a legal call if the rates.
That's what Megan had mentioned at the last meeting, that it would require a new study. Sorry.
I'd have to look into it.
Right.
I did not review this item thoroughly.
No,
to be
that's
able
fine.
to-
That's fine. So if you, it gives everybody time, if you could do that and then bring that, because that is what the last council that was here, our interim, she stipulated it required a new study. Because
Well-
that language on the resolution does not apply any longer.
Well, can the city attorney look at the resolution to see if it's good or not good?
Yeah. Do we have a copy? Do we have a printed copy of the?
Not right now, unless you want to, but I don't think people want to wait.
Yeah, no, and, just so that we follow that, I mean, you're bringing the numbers that are valid, and I see that, but my concern again still goes back to making sure that the residents that are not, like you said, able to afford it, don't pay this, not more than what they're using. They literally tell me, I don't know how this is happening if it's just them two, and there's nobody else in the household, and they're paying $200 a month. That's why I'm like, well, I know it also includes it's everything combined, but to them, they look at the one bill with the amount. And if we can do that, I would appreciate you looking into that.
Okay. Well, I can follow up with city manager for specifically what I should do.
Sure. That's fine.
enough.
And I think what you just suggested, the tier, see if that's something with Javier.
Or Javier.
Yeah, them would be fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'm done. I
Okay,
think.
thank you. I'm sorry.
Am I done?
Yes, thank you very
If there's any more slides.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate all the input. Okay, so, okay, is it pertaining to the water? So. So then we will put this back on the agenda for the next meeting in November, because we are not having a meeting, second meeting in October. Yeah, the council is on a conference that whole entire week on the 17th, right? Is it the 17th? So,
the next steps would be, I believe it's council discussion, comments from the public. This item is being recommended for action to proceed based on the existing water study. That's what the recommendation is. So if
it's
there
no
is-
longer going to be that. And that's why I'm asking if they can meet so that we can get a different.
So then action or direction, if there's consensus amongst the council, would be to return this item at a future date.
Once they're available,
And
I
to
guess.
direct staff and legal counsel to do the necessary research
Right.
to respond to the questions and potentially provide advice on a new rate study.
Mm-hmm. Is there a consensus? Is there consensus? We're not voting, it's just consensus and direction.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, we can do that, but is there still consensus to move forward and bring that up?
Open to the public because it's
Yes.
gonna affect us.
That's why we're not taking a vote on that item.
No, but at least to make some suggestions to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry to say this, but I think we're giving a lot of breaks to the new developers because we're just increasing the value of new houses in Parlier. And I think they had to bear some responsibility. You're talking about some cities, they're doing this and they're doing that. And some cities are also charging the new residents a different amount of money to do that.
The water?
In the water. On the water, you can investigate that, and it's been done on, Clovis is one of them.
Okay.
So that's one. And two, regardless of the increase or the way that you are going to do it, it's going to be a huge increase to us. It doesn't matter what you do. And the problem is that also the law says that since Parlier is a water district, it says that they had to provide clean water, and we still got TCP. So are we gonna have to file a lawsuit to force the city to comply with that?
That's unacceptable. You know that, you know
no,
that it's already being dealt with.
Acceptable. You can check the law, and it tells you very clear that.
What is the water tanks that we have on
So,
Manning?
just as a reminder, sir, this is an opportunity to provide any comments related to the rate
I'm
study
just
item.
making suggestions.
Yes, thank you.
Suggestions.
So that's only the rate study. So for clarification, if you guys see the the tanks that we have on Manning, that's the filtration system. So why he's saying that it's not happening, we're not working on it, is beyond me. We've been discussing this every meeting you do this. So since the direction, anybody else want to address the council at this time? Okay, thank you.
Juan Montaño, 500 Progreso Drive. I understand the tier system, but if you're using more water. Right now, we're paying what, 2 cents, a little bit over 2 cents a gallon. It was less than half a cent when we started with the meters and stuff. Somewhere around there. Don't quote me on it because it's been a while, but the big users are gonna pay more because they're using more. So, and we're paying, it was $16. I think right now we're paying closer to 25, 26, something like that. So they raised it, the sewer rates also, and they raised the water rate. And you either do one or the other, like you were suggesting, you cannot do it. So we pay 12% on what's going out to the sewer and 12% on the hookup. I suggest that new homeowners, they pay a one-time fee coming in because it's got to be hooked up. Development charges more to hook up a meter now. It doesn't cost the same as when we got the meters. Well, ours was free. So that needs to be looked at. I brought that up. I also brought up about the water, about farmers not having meters. And there is, like Javier says, everybody has their own, there's a certain formula that we don't know how they got to it, but they give you a formula so they can charge what they want. I'm just bringing a few things out. We're going to get Mr., I can't remember your name now. I'm at that age where I forget. Anyway, Bertman, we're fine with the new basins coming in, but now remember, we're gonna have a lot more basins, so we're gonna have to pay to recharge them. So we're gonna pay more. I mean, we're fine with CID, probably, and they're happy because they're gonna charge us more to recharge underground water. So it's good that you guys, I'm glad you guys finally looking at the people that are not paying for our water. Now, it's like he said, there was a lawsuit or something like that. I also looked into that, all that stuff where, is it illegal or not? We shouldn't be paying on both ends. So if you raise the 12% here and 12% there, that's 24% total. It's not no 12% anymore. And it is difficult. You said there was money for people that owed money on their water bill. Well, mine has always been at zero because I pay it completely. So, I mean, even though if we struggle, and I am on Social Security and all that, maybe I make a little bit more than most, but it's still difficult. So, I'm glad that you guys are looking how we're gonna get it from the other guys. And I need them with a study. The study should come after they do the study on the people that are not paying at this time. So, and I did understand that, I read the agenda where there was a $2 million, he doesn't want to call it a loan, water enterprise, and that should be untouchable. When we were here, they wanted to touch it too.
It's been touched for several years.
Well, when I was here,
it was too.
That's when we made the cuts. We made some cuts too, not to raise the water, and those are all options Nobody wants to cut somebody down to 2 hours, and I think Ms. Bertha remembers, it was some people worked less and some left. But I'm telling you, I'm just giving you suggestions, and I don't want to pay anymore. I'm really saying
So
that.
right now, we're not doing any of that.
I know,
so we're-
but he's
so-
gonna, that's something you guys are gonna be
Yes.
looked at.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, sorry.
I'm here for agenda item 14.
Oh,
It's gonna be a long evening, I think. But
did you want me to move it for the next one? We're done already with this one.
Or did you have a comment on this one?
I can move it.
you're offering to do that?
Yes.
Or you
That way
making
you
a
don't,
comment on
'cause-
the water?
I'm used to getting snapped at up here,
So, let me give the direction of what we're doing with this one, and then I'll move yours next.
But I've heard a couple comments, I just want to clarify the extra burden of homes and development being done, but the $2,156.84 per unit that we pay for a fee, doesn't that offset the extra burden to the water system? Isn't that what those fees are applied to?
I,
Heard that.
who's the one that would answer?
Jeff,
Just
if
as
I
a
could
reminder,
intervene- it is
as member
correct.
of the public, you have an opportunity to provide your comment, and so it would be up to 3 minutes to provide or question whatever you'd like, and then the council can determine whether they want to pose the same questions, but there's no back and forth debate during this
And
comment.
I guess the question is that where the money goes? Because I'm hearing that
It's not.
new development doesn't pay for anything in the water system, but I'm.
But that, I think that was a comment from the public, so Javier,
it's
yeah,
gotta be a comment.
yeah. No, it was a comment from the public that made that statement. So, Javier, please, can you, that way he could just address that.
Okay, I just was trying to get clarification.
Yeah, he'll give.
No, yeah, he's right. All new houses have an impact fee saying, hey, you're impacting our system by this much. So you pay your fair share and they pay the 2,000 per house. It's just a lot of money.
So they are paid, you are paid. All right, now, so the direction was there another comment? No, no. So the direction was to, I already forgot.
The direction was to review the resolution, determine whether a tiered rate could be explored, and if so, what are the requirements? And there's also a legal question of whether there's a restriction and ability to do per volume or a fixed rate.
Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
So one step is to review the resolution specifically to see that it continues to apply through the 5-year rate plan period. And then the other questions about tiered rates, for example. What is the legal opinion for Parlier about tiered rates?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to separate the resolution.
Yeah, because the resolution has two clause on there where one is for a TCP project and the other was a Sigma increase rate. So the TCP project, we have it fully funded through the state water board. So it does no longer apply. So the question is if we need to have a new study because it no longer applies, so does it require a new study to do the tier rate? Okay? All right, thank you. All right, so now we can move on to, I think, Mr. forgot his name, Schaefer. You wanted to discuss item 14? I'm just saying because I know you, so let's go to item 14, just so I can accommodate you, because I know that you've been waiting for a while and it's part of your project.
Madam Mayor, it would require consensus if we're going to go out of order.
Yes, well, we did that earlier too.
Right, so it
We
would,
didn't have consensus either.
there was no objection. I didn't hear an objection to go
It
out
was
of
never
order.
brought up as a,
I want to go in order.
I want to accommodate him, so I think we need to accommodate the developer that has come out here. Instead of it being about a contract that really nobody's here, well, she's here, but she's with the council. And he's here from another city to try to do that.
It's
So-
not my decision, I'm just
So
reminding.
I think I'm just putting it out there so we can accommodate. So since we can do a roll call vote, please? A roll call vote, please?
So you would,
Roll call vote, you're,
Madam Mayor, you need a motion and a second?
a second? I'll motion it. Is there a second? That's number 14. That one next, just so that he can bring it up. Quit telling her how to vote. You already told her. You already told Janie. No.
Just as a reminder, if there's no second, then the motion dies and we proceed.
I'll second that one.
Thank you. Roll call vote. You constantly try to tell people to vote. Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries, and we already know that Gloria's gonna say no. So, what? Say it?
No.
Okay, we knew it. Okay, go ahead, you can, we can go ahead and quit getting on him because he voted that way. Yeah, I'm hearing you say that right now.
Okay, stop.
Stop. No, stop doing that, and then I wouldn't have nothing to say. So, the subject is consideration and necessary action to approve the final map track 6435, authorizing the subdivision agreement with Adobe West, presented by Jeff O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. The project before you tonight proposes a 30-lot final map that's a continuation of the development of the vesting map for tract number 6356 that was approved in 2021. The final map was submitted. The civil design drawings have been approved by the city engineer's office, and the city surveyor has reviewed the map and determined that it meets the provisions of the Subdivision Map Act. So accordingly, we would request that the city council approves the final map of tract number 6435. And that concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
There's no questions from the public or the council? Okay, so we have a motion.
I make a motion.
Diego, do I have a second?
Second.
Sabrina, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. See, that way, it's all done. Thank you. So now we can move on to, number 8.
Mayor, City Council, and residents of Parlier, before you have a staff report regarding the renewal of Bambi's Army Rescue Rental Agreement. Staff recommends City Council gives city staff direction to renew rental contract with nonprofit organization Bambi's Army Rescue. City Council approved City of Parlier to enter a contractual rental agreement with nonprofit 501c3 organization Bambi's Army Rescue for animal adoption services. Whereas the city has a caring heart and has compassion for animals and the desire to contribute to animal welfare and reduce the overpopulation of dogs and cats in the city. Bambi's Army Rescue since 12/11/2019 has continued to provide animal care and adoption services to the city, attributing to animal welfare and life expectancy. The city has honored the current expiration rental contract for Bambi's to occupy 2 city-owned buildings located at 741 and 741.5 Tulare Street at a rate of $50 a month, additionally requiring a tenant to pay all charges, water, sewer, gas, electricity, telephone, and other services and utilities used by tenant. Because the current contract has expired in December 31st of 2021, because the city desires to bring current all expired contracts as a practice of maintaining efficient operation that helps the city remain compliant with legal and regulatory requirements and demonstrates transparency and accountability in the city's procurement process. Staff recommends council approve city staff to renegotiate animal care and adoption services for the use of city-owned property with Bambi's Army Rescue. And attached is the contract.
When did it expire, Serta?
I have an expiration of 2021 was the
Okay.
expiration. And if there's any comment on that, we did have some questions from the community about zoning challenges. So with that, I asked Jeff to provide some input on on
Zoning on what?
the zoning in that area for
A
for
rescue?
services. Yes.
I don't think it even applies to that because it's a rescue, it's not a shelter. And I think a lot of confusion is people thinking that it's a shelter. Shelter would be where they keep dogs there. A rescue is where you detain them there and they have them adopted out, or they send them to actual shelter. And I think, Michelle, if you want to go ahead and explain a little bit of the program since it applies to you. And I do have, because I did receive that email from Christina Tapia Navarro complaining about this program. I think it's important that you read what she stated on here because this individual lives in Texas, and I don't understand how it's affecting her with these concerns. So I know you received that.
Yeah.
So after she's done, can you, we need to address what's saying, because she's asking actually to be addressed.
I'll have to respond to it. That's why I'm asking Jeff to provide
Yeah,
some input
because
on that.
this individual, that complaint does not live in California. It doesn't apply to her, and I don't see how it's affecting her in any way. Like I said, that program is not a shelter. It's a rescue. And this way, Michelle, you can go ahead and address on how the program works and how you work on that.
Madam Mayor, if I can just interject really quickly, if she's not present or a resident, and even when questions are being posed, you don't have to answer them.
Okay. So then we won't address her concerns then, since she's not present and she's not. Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Council, the only thing about it is she pays taxes here.
She's
So it
not
brings
here.
her concern because she's paying $50 for 2 homes, and it affects her because she's a taxpayer here. She has properties here.
Correct. So
Okay.
just for clarification, the opportunity for the community to either ask questions or provide comments is their opportunity to participate in this council meeting. But then you as a council decide if you want to ask those questions, or you've all received or are aware of this complaint. Unless it's a formal complaint process, then we
Right.
proceed that way. Otherwise,
it's not.
I would say there's no need to use this current time to
For that.
address those
Okay.
concerns.
I absolutely agree with you, but the sad thing about it is that's why she cut the comments so nobody would talk, and we need those 3 minutes to give to the audience, the taxpayers and everything to express themselves, but she refuses it. Just for the record, please, for the
Okay.
record.
So since we're not going to be able to address that, then I think what would be good to talk about here, because it's the only item that's agendized is actually the contract. So the contract that you're bringing forward, Serta, what does it have in the contract so that the public can hear?
It extends the contract.
Is your mic on?
The contract is extended for a year.
Uh-huh.
And there's also 2 options to extend it for 6 months and an additional year. So this is the original contract that was approved by council back in 2019. It's just a renewed version
okay.
of it, so we're just
So it's no
extending the date.
changes.
So there's no changes to it, and I did provide that to Michelle.
Oh, okay.
The same contract.
Okay.
I do have questions. I do have questions on this. And because it is a contract that has expired since 2021 and we're already in 2024. And it's been talked about before, not here, but anyway. I'm glad it's now an open session. I think there's a lot of questions that have been asked and we didn't get any answers. So can I go back to what Chief had asked Jeff about the zoning? Because I feel we need to be, as city council, we need to be able to make sure that our facilities that the city owns, that we're in compliance with our city zoning, our ordinance, all the other, we have our residents make sure that you gotta get your permit or you can't build that. If you're gonna change your building, you gotta have a rezone or whatever. So if we're asking our community to obey all our bylaws and contracts and our ordinance, why aren't we as city, our facility, are doing the same thing? So Jeff, could you clarify the zoning on these buildings?
The zoning of the property is R1, which is our single-family residential zone. The only zone we have in the city that allows, and for the purposes of zoning, I'm going to say that a shelter versus a rescue is a semantic difference, even though I understand there are actual distinctions. The only zone we have in the city that allows that type of use would be the industrial zone, our M1 zone district, which is largely located south of Manning Avenue, although there is also some available or open land to the southwest of the Maxco facility. But other than that, this type of use is generally not allowed in a residential zone.
Okay, thank you. So, and I appreciate.
No, you don't.
Michelle.
No, you don't.
Michelle.
It's been an attack on Michelle.
Excuse me.
Since day
Point of
one.
order. Point of
Since
order,
day
please.
one.
Point of order, please.
Hypocrisy.
Michelle does a great job. Her and Brenda have done tremendous jobs here in our city with our animals. Everybody knows them. I have asked before if our shelter or our rescue should not be there, what can we do as city? Where can we move you? Where can we provide for you to keep going on with these services? It's not fair that you and Brenda are doing these services for our community, but we're not looking out for you. And that's where I have a problem with
No,
it.
you're not.
Because
Exactly.
I have asked before, where can we pull them? I know we had one before. What was it called? I can't even remember what it was called years back. That we did have a placement for our animals. Your program helps because our pound does not have enough cages, kennels for our animals. And also because on your contract it does say your animals can only be there for 2 weeks, and then you have to. And I know you have trouble trying to get people to take them, and you go all over the place to try to rehome them, And I appreciate all of that.
Yeah. And it doesn't help.
It needs to be addressed, and that's just the bottom line. It needs to be addressed.
What
can we do to help you? And also do our job.
Okay. Maybe we can recommend for Chief to start working on an ordinance that will stop the breeding that is here being done, because you have one, but it's not being enforced. And I see that all the time on social media. There's people here that breed their pet bulls, that breed their dogs, and that's part of the problem. You know, everybody talks about, let's find a solution. Well, by displacing her, that's not a solution. That's actually a problem. You're creating more of a problem, because you've had this problem since day one that you came in targeting this contract. This is why I know it's on here, because it was under the direction.
Sorry, it's not true.
Excuse me, but you didn't want me to interrupt you, so I expect you to respect me as well, okay? Because you don't like what I'm saying. But the problem is and since day one, you've been trying to get this contract on the agenda to figure out how to displace her. Instead of being supportive and helping, you are actually causing more problems. For what Serta's been trying to do is work with her, because he knows that his animal control cannot do everything. This is why everybody in cities have partnered up with rescues, with shelters, to help the problem that exists in all cities with a dog issue. This is everywhere. This is not just Parlier problem. It is everywhere. And you continuously, I know this is why it's on here, because how did you find out that it was expired?
I've told.
Because you asked, of course. You asked, Serta.
You even know it's expired.
No, because
you
just
no.
Didn't I just ask the question? No, I
year-
asked the question right now.
Since last year,
I
you
asked
knew.
the
You
question
knew.
right now,
So
and
I
that
just-
is why he's told me that it was in 21. So the problem that I have here
So you're saying
is
you
that
did not
you
read the
gave
agenda?
directives outside of a council meeting as usual, because I know that you meet with him every chance that you get at City Hall and at the police department. So again,
you
how is
spying
it
on me.
here if it was never even mentioned at the last council meeting to be placed on the agenda? So
just
how
as-
is it on here?
Just as a reminder, the item here is requesting
Right.
direction from the council.
And
so we
and
need to
the
make sure we
direction is,
focus.
I understand, and I'm sorry, but
Thank
this is the problem, that it continues to happen all the time, where they have their side meetings when it should be done from the dais. And you know that that's true. Any directives that are given to a city manager needs to happen from this dais, and not having a meeting on the side over here at his
Why
office
is it on
outside
the
of a
agenda?
council meeting.
Make sure we redirect the comments
Yeah.
specific
So
to
that's
the
what I wanted to
Okay,
make sure
Council,
that everybody
let's
does
just settle
know,
this
and
real quick, Council.
that problem.
You're not supposed to have animals in a neighborhood.
And you're only
There's a
upset because
family-
she's
there's
running
one- she's
against
gonna
you.
attack me. The neighbor that's
running
next
against you.
door, the neighbor that next door keeps calling and complaining that the dogs are barking and she has a very sick dad. They're neighbors. They're neighbors.
We have
You
pets
can't
in our
have
backyard.
that.
I
She-
just want to make sure
the
that
lame
we're all-
excuse.
This is your meeting as a council, but let's focus on the
Yes,
discussion.
and the
on
problem,
providing
I'm just
direct-
gonna open it up now to the public.
you
and
have
then-
another council
What's the
member.
question?
She's been waiting for like 5
Go ahead.
minutes.
What's the question?
Okay, I believe this is on here with all the rest of them that are on the rest of the agenda, because they need to be taken care of. I brought this up back in 2020, early 2021. Questions asked were, can this be here? Because I did get complaints from my district, because this is in my district and down the street from my house. I'm all for, and I've told the prior city manager, I'm all for the services that are provided. What can we do to relocate them? I know they were talking about, the properties that Jeff just mentioned. Nothing ever got moved on that. And again, the complaint still came in, and I got no answer from anybody. The contract, my question was on the contract was, are you providing insurance to the city?
I have insurance,
You have
liability
insurance?
insurance.
Okay, that was my question, because
Yeah, Sonia made me get it.
Okay, so because I didn't see it, it doesn't say that it's required on here, but I did see
Yeah, it
something
does.
Well,
about the
it's
insurance.
it's required on all our buildings.
Well, I
It's
just
required.
see this and like what you would be responsible
All
for.
our, even when you rent the hall,
I know,
it's
that's why
required.
I was questioning, but I didn't read it when I had it on there because maybe I didn't have my glasses on. But again, I asked these questions prior years ago. And again, I'm all for if we can look for grants to build this building, make the pound bigger, to have that the services out of there. That is something, because I honestly don't believe it belongs where it's at. And I'm sure you probably think the same thing too. Yeah, it doesn't belong, but that's the only place I had.
So
I mean,
the question I
get
have
it.
now that you brought that up, what other properties that we own? Because there is no other properties.
Jeff just said it.
Not properties that the city owns.
Well,
but
that's what she's asking, that the properties you mentioned, what other properties?
the properties that I mentioned that are zoned appropriately, there's
So otherwise, there is no other property from the city that belongs to the city that is in those zoning
Correct.
areas, right?
correct.
So there is none.
There
Okay.
isn't. Off the
And
top
so
of-
in other words, we will still displace her, because unless she has a property at the industrial park, which she does not, those properties are all taken, for one, and there is no other property around here. So then we will still displace her to have nothing, because there isn't any that the city owns, correct?
My other question to that, because that's what the former city manager told me about those two zoned areas. Also, is the building permitted by county to have that service there?
I don't know the answer to that because I have not been involved in anything related to the facility itself.
So maybe what we can do, and I would suggest to table that until you get clarification from the county, Serta, because I don't think that we should just react on something that because it's gonna displace a program, that doesn't help anyone, except for Kathy.
And
So.
and again,
And
Michelle,
let's open it up.
Again,
I
Mich-
want to
I
open
have-
it up.
I have one more. And again, Michelle, I'm not trying to displace you. I mean, that is not for me. That's not who I am.
In Texas.
And so make that assured that I'm not. But I also have another thing on the contract Chief, was number 4. That needs to be changed because I noticed the other contracts were changed, but not this one.
Well,
Yeah, on the number 4 on the contract.
since
sublease.
since it's
sublease
gonna
and assist
since it's gonna go, it's gonna come back.
Because the other one's did, but that one didn't. And that one,
You're
I
gonna
think,
approve that without even checking with the county? So you're just gonna, so there you go again. So, okay, Serta, so I think it's unnecessary to even look into it because it's already saying, they're already stating that it's not gonna come back. So therefore, if it's not gonna come back and we're not gonna look into it, then we need to just take the vote. So I'll open it up for the public because I want to open it for the public because that's what I'm doing.
Nobody's telling her nothing.
Yes, they are.
Let Janie
So let me
finish
just
and
open,
do her
let
job.
me just open it for the public,
Mayor,
and
if I
then we
can-
could bring it back and then close it up already because
If I can interject, just because this is relevant to then the public's comments. This item before you is to provide direction to renegotiate or renew the rental contract. You're not approving the contract tonight. It's a matter of providing direction, which I heard
Or
confirmed that
renew the
for me
contract.
is appropriate. I think there's some concern about section 4 of the contract. So we'll go back and review that and determine.
and then bring it back.
Then we'll bring
This
it
is
back
why
in
I
November.
just want to open it up because if not, it's going to get stuck over here. So let me open it up to the public so that way we can move it forward. Is there anybody from the public? Go ahead.
I really don't know what the big discussion is here. This young lady, I've seen her working running around, taking dogs to Fresno, cleaning up in the middle of the night, doing everything possible to give a service to this community. Of dogs not running around all over the place. Have you seen on Facebook where you see dogs being dumped in the middle of the street? 3 or 4 puppies in a bag thrown in the middle of the street. This young lady has done everything possible to avoid that. Maybe she can't find a new place right now, but this is a place where at least she can keep dogs from running around all over town and being a nuisance. You know, this is a discussion that it's, to me, it's not even something you guys should be discussing. This lady needs a contract. She needs to be working comfortably so she can go out and do her job.
Yeah.
Go out and be comfortable that says that the council and the city and all the people from the community agree with her. They support her. Just like the council, just like any other, they want to know that everybody's supporting them. But I really don't understand why you guys have been sitting up there. I went outside. I don't know when you guys started doing this, but this young lady, I've seen her with my own eyes. I've seen her putting her own money for gas, paying water, which you got a person over here that hasn't given you a damn thing, excuse my language, yet you guys are not charging them water. And she's getting charged water. She's getting charged rent. She has to put up money for her gas to go take the dogs to Fresno. And you guys are discussing, should I let her stay there? Should we renew her contract? I don't understand you people, really, you give money to people that don't do nothing for you, yet you take it away from the people that want to serve this community. That's why a lot of people are now going back and they're saying, I don't want nothing to do with Parlier. They don't accept. I just had somebody walk out, tell me the same thing. This is ridiculous. You people have to start working with the people that are working for Parlier, that are doing for Parlier, that are at least trying to provide a service for Parlier. This young lady's got dogs over there, and if you guys would go to over there, yeah, it's not the best place, but you know what, Michelle, let me tell you something. From the bottom of my heart, you've been doing a heck of a job.
Thank you.
And these people should respect that. Instead of trying to close you down, use every excuse not to help you, that contract should have been put down right now and say, Michelle, how can we help you with? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Trina, I think she has a comment. Yeah, go go ahead, and that way I can get her. Yeah, get her ready.
I'm just going back to where there's property, and we have the Kashiki, the brownfields, and you know what I'm talking about, I think. And I think that would be exceptionally good since we can't live on it. The green waste was covered up years back, and we're still paying it. And that would be an idea. I mean, it's going to take money to generate fencing, fundraisers, whatever. I'm in favor of. I'm an animal. I mean, I like animals. Currently, there's 100 cats in my neighborhood, and they're feral.
Where did they come from?
One cat came from across the neighbors, and he had about 20 cats, I guess. I don't know, but I can't. They come over, and I can't really kick them. I won't do that. You know, I can't hurt an animal. I got a pigeon right now that flew in and had a broken leg. It's fixed now, and it dances for me. It knows who I am and everything. But I have a thing with animals anyway. But anyway, and that would be something that I've always talked about, the brownfields, and I've always looked. I even thought about a solar farm for the city there when I was city councilman. There's a lot of options open out there, and I think they might be able. I don't know. We don't know if you have a grant writer or not.
I don't think that property is not the city's, so
But we pay on it because of the stuff that was wasted.
but it's not the city's. So if anything, it would
Okay,
cost
they
the
didn't want
city,
nothing to do with it.
and we don't have financially the resources to build another.
I'm not saying for the city. I'm asking for her to get some like. I'm just
Kathy.
saying it's 17 acres.
Yeah.
Right around there. I mean.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't we
I
be-
mean that's good
put up
thinking in the
kennels?
future maybe, but at the end of the day, I don't think that there's something that can happen for in a month or in the next
I
meeting.
just saw the one they closed down in Sama, and it had a bunch of tin, and you know which one over there by Floral and Golden State, and so they closed it down Sama because there was no money. But they didn't have no housing, no nothing. They only had kennels there.
Right.
No, there was a house. I think there was with the second
little barn.
Yeah. So
And the shed.
okay.
I'm just giving suggestions.
I think there was another let me get him and then I'll bring it back. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Give us animals to mistreat them. Dogs, cats, any animal. I don't want to see them mistreated. Parlier needs to put something up for them. These animals cannot speak for themselves. There are people that say they love animals. They get them. They don't feed them. They don't water them. They're running all over the street. It's not the animals' fault. It's the people that get them that don't take care of them. They should be fined. The city should have something to say, we got this animal, we know it's yours, and we're going to keep track on you. You can pay a fine or not get any more animals. Because these animals, it's not their fault. It's the people that get them and do not take care of them. I have a pet bull. He don't know what outside looks like. He wants to be inside. He sleeps inside in the wintertime. The summertime, he sleeps inside. He takes care of my house. He doesn't run and bite and try to get people. I have a cat. I don't know where the darn cat came from. I feed it.
Everybody's getting cats
Teresa
now.
feeds it.
There's
Who let the cats out?
Stop.
It's a female. And
That's an
I'm
attack
I'm
again
pretty
on-
sure I'm
on-
going to become a great-great-great-grandma if that cat has her babies. But animals are not, the good Lord did not bring them here to be mistreated.
Right.
He brought them here to be in loving homes. And anybody that mistreats an animal, a cat, a bird, any kind of animal, has no heart.
Right.
So please, find them. Find the people that
Yeah,
you know.
and just to clarify too, cats are not, and this is again an attack because there's been statements being made, and I'm going to defend you right now because statements being made about supposedly you releasing cats. So this is why she continuously throws that out there. No one's releasing cats. There's cats exist everywhere. There's little feral cats. That's the misunderstanding and misleading information that is being provided to the community that is not right, and that's from people that sit up here that shouldn't be doing that. Pretty much criticize you, which they shouldn't be doing, because that's just misinformation. So this contract, probably is why it's here, because of that.
Yes.
But so if there's nobody else that needs to speak, okay, go ahead.
I saw this beautiful German Shepherd that they had, and I didn't know they had a dog because I never saw it in the front. And I was out there watching the dog. He was like real happy in the front yard and just running and sniffing everything there. And it was a beautiful dog. And then his owner came out, and the dog ran to him to be petted. And he got his big old foot and he kicked the dog a few times there for no reason. I wanted to call the cops and tell them, and I didn't. But I'll tell you, from that day forward, I said, if I ever see another human being, a male, a female, teenage kids, mistreating a dog, a cat, or any kind of animal, I'm calling the police department, and I expect them to do something about it.
Thank you. I think there was one more comment.
Madam Mayor, I would just remind, for the purpose of the public, this item is related to the contract.
So if it's about the contract, let's then is it about the contract? Yeah. Okay. And I know it's not.
I got lost, so I'm gonna wait until you guys negotiate that contract or made a change on the contract, and then I would make my comments.
Okay.
Because I don't
all
know
right.
what you guys are.
Okay. Well, then thank you. And so, no, I think it wasn't about the contract. Was it about the contract? Well, it's got to do with. No, is it about the contract? So it's about renewing. Because if it's not, then it won't.
So like Jeff just said, I think what you guys all need to remember is that he just said that it's not zoned for that purpose. That's just something
fine.
to
keep in mind. But it's not about the contract. The contract stipulates whether it's going to be renewed or what was the?
I mean, it's a renewal or renegotiation.
Yeah, so that's what it was supposed to be about. It was not about whether it's if the ordinance applies to that zoning area or not. That's not on this contract. So,
right? If it's on the contract and
it's not on there.
We need to change the contract, correct? That's what we're talking about, right?
Right. Correct.
Yeah. So, and the thing is, because it's being said that we don't want to renew it and that we want to get rid of it. That is untrue. That is untrue. So my other question would be to Jeff. Can we rezone that property? Can we rezone it and maybe leave one residential and leave one commercial, where if we rent out one of the properties like a rental, we can generate revenue for the city? Because right now we need all the revenue we can get.
So the property next to it that the Civic Center sits on is actually zoned commercial. The property that the houses sit on is zoned residential. It may have been zoned commercial at one point in the past, but part of the research here is that because of they were under common ownership before, but one half was I'll call them halves. The western half was a business, the eastern half was homes. So I can go back into the history of it.
Because it was YCA and it was also a market there. So it previously was commercial. It was not residential, maybe years and years ago.
So at least since that could be correct. And if we want to do some historical research to use that as justification for possibly changing it, that's fine. We can do that. But in order to change it, what we've discussed before, we have two land use documents. One is the general plan, one is the zoning ordinance. The general plan identifies this property as medium density residential, which is kind of what its ultimate
When
plan.
was that done?
Well, that was done in 2010, but I don't know that it was changed then. But the general plan dates to 2010.
So if it was changed in 2010, I believe that business was there at that time.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know off the top of my head whether it was changed in 2010.
No.
I'm inclined to think it was not changed.
Jeff, my question is, those two houses that are in that property, are they both right now residential?
The property itself is zoned residential.
Both the houses that are there
Well,
in that property.
the houses are not zoned. It's the property that's zoned.
So we can use one residential, like Molina explained, and the other one maybe for her dogs, which I know we're not supposed to have around the neighborhood, but that's okay, just to help her. We're not trying to take away from her. We're not trying to hurt her. We're trying to figure out something because we're such in a mess right now. And Deb, we need to make some revenue. That's what's real important right now.
Yeah, to Councilmember Molina's question, we can change. Well, I'll back up 1 second. The reason I mentioned that we have two controlling land use documents is we have a general plan that lays out kind of the ultimate intended land use, and then we have the zoning, which gives us the specific uses that are allowed, the development standards, and those kind of things. So yes, we can change the zoning if we want to, but in order to do that, we also have to amend the general plan, which is not a big deal, but it takes a few months to get that done. Zoning is much easier to change. General plan has a lot more protracted public notification process. That's fine. If we want to do that, at the council's direction, we can pursue that kind of a thing. The bigger issue there, it's two-parter, because it always is. One is what is historically referred to as spot zoning. If we're going to take what is predominantly a residential area with some commercial uses and add an industrial property into the middle of it, that kind of runs afoul of other folks, surrounding folks' property rights compared to this piece of property. Because you're injecting an industrial designated industrially zoned piece of property into the middle of a neighborhood, essentially.
But that's my question again. When did it change? Because we did have businesses there before.
Well,
And-
we
and
have lots of things that don't belong, not that don't belong,
No,
but
but
that are
there
non-conforming.
was a
That's a big
fish
problem
market
with
there.
this, our
Right.
city.
And then later on down the later on, it doesn't matter that it's that area right there.
No, it's
So
not.
then,
They're two different
so
properties.
Please, guys.
Well,
So,
that's where it's why
so
we're
then,
explaining.
so again, let me just say what I was gonna say. So that was one that they had back in the day, right? I don't know what year, because I didn't grow up here, so I don't know. But and later on, they had the program, which is a business, YCA, that was there for years. And I think they moved out of there in 2016, 2017. So when did this change happen?
YCA was there till I think 2019, I believe.
Yeah, so when did it happen?
And
If it was
then-
there since 2019, so that's a business.
Center?
So part of
Yes.
so at the Civic
No,
Center.
they were in the houses.
You know what, Jeff?
That-
Instead of going back and
Still a
forth, why don't you investigate that and see what we can do? If we can get one for revenue and the other one for her dogs, that'd be perfect.
That's fine.
Let's not
I
go
can
back
go
and
back
forth.
and
Let's
find
just
out.
figure that out.
I can
Please,
find
Jeff?
that out, absolutely.
Okay.
Then secondarily, to complete the second part of the two-parter, if we take property that is currently designated and zoned for residential use, and we change that to something else, under the state's no net loss law, we have to take other property somewhere else and either convert it from non-residential to residential or upzone an existing residential property so that we have the same overall carrying capacity for residential use in the city.
So I think what would be best to just do is just, consensus sounds like bring it back. So then bring it back,
And-
whatever
and
you
please
find,
kinda-
because we need to move this along. We're stuck on this.
And the reason,
can-
I understand what
you
you're
come
saying,
here
Jeff,
every
because the
day.
reason is because, like the mayor said, she wasn't born here, but it was the fish market, and the homes next door were the owners from the fish market. That's where they lived.
I
That's
don't-
probably why we have both of those like that
I don't
right
think
now.
anybody was born in Parlier
Okay.
because we don't have a hospital here. But
My
the thing
God.
is that the consensus sounds like already that it's to bring it back. So let's just bring it back, because if not, it's going to stay here with the same back and forth, and we need to move it along.
Sure,
So
But
since that's
Michelle
the
wanted to say
consensus-
something. Michelle
Sure,
wanted
go
to
ahead.
say something.
Yeah.
So since December 2019, more than 1,000 animals been rescued. They got adopted or sent to other no-kill rescues. I'm not a dog pound, I'm not a shelter, I'm a rescue. They stay with me temporarily. As soon as someone tags them from the pound, they gotta stay with me to make sure that they don't have parvo or any other diseases. And once like about a week or 2 weeks passes, then they leave.
Yeah, I know.
But the two houses would really, really help me out because if there's an animal that is sick or injured, it goes to the back. It stays away from the other animals in the front.
And I've seen that you've already had recently another group of dogs which Sanger actually helped you,
Yeah,
right?
Sanger helped me.
Sanger Animal Control helped the rescue too.
How many dogs do you have right now?
So
Now I have a total of 5. I had pulled
Total
some-
of 5 dogs, 2 houses.
Kathy,
Hold on.
stop.
I just pulled out some from
Jesus
the pound.
Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Left.
She's just doing this because you're running for office. She doesn't know how to attack you.
God.
So the thing is, let's just get past that. The direction was that they're going to review it, and then we can bring it back because this is all.
Michelle, we're not trying to hurt you, Michelle. We're trying to help you. We're trying to figure out something. It says finance right there, but we're trying to help you with your Bambi rescue. That's what we're doing, and it has nothing to do with
You're
politics.
asking me how many I have.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
answered the question. 5. That's fine.
That's right. Every week it changes because you're not a shelter. The thing is that again, we just need to move on. The consensus sounds like it was going
Another
to be
thing.
to bring it back.
The Academy of Excellence, when they couldn't get in touch with the animal control, I'm the one that jumped into their trash can to pull out those kittens. So I'm here for everyone.
No, and I do hear a lot of good comments from you from the public, and the problem is that we need to appreciate you.
How many cats do you have right now?
So again, we're gonna move on.
How many?
Does
You
it make
are
a difference?
appreciated.
No, it does not.
Michelle,
Don't even answer it. We're gonna move
how many
on.
cats
We're
do you
going to
have?
don't answer it.
Oh, they're all gone. That's
already.
right.
It's redundant. She's attacking you, and it's clear because it's an election year. And
Madam
she's
Mayor,
running against you.
Madam Mayor, again, let's focus
I
on,
know,
on
but
the
it's
topic.
because she doesn't need to be attacking
I know,
the other
let's
council.
move on.
She is on the board. She needs to respect her as well.
Let's ensure that,
So
that there's direction.
we can go ahead
Motion to table it to the next meeting with.
or not table it. Not the next
Or
meeting.
bring
when
it
they get
back.
the
Bring it
information.
back.
When they get the information.
Yes, let's bring it back.
Well,
he's gonna look
there's a
at it.
variety.
If I can, it sounds to me like we're going to do some reviewing and see if we can come
That
up
would
with
be
some
good.
alternatives that will
Yes.
move things forward.
Some other
A
solution.
motion to bring it
I
back.
think it's consensus, right?
So,
Consensus.
right, correct. The item for action is to identify whether to renew, not to renew, or if there's specific terms. I think there's consensus as to direction. Is it
Right.
clear what is to be brought forward? And so then this will get brought back. There's no
Once
formal
they have
action.
that information, thank you very much. Thank you,
Jeff.
thank you, Serta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can move on to the next item, and that is item number 9. Yeah, they're gonna, once they have a solution, they'll bring it back to council. So, item 9 is again, for the budget, consideration and necessary action on approval operating and a capital, budget for fiscal year 2024-25. Serta?
Defer to our senior finance officer, Sandra Rodriguez.
Just gonna wait for Bertha, okay? Good evening. Okay, so thank you for being with us today as we review the upcoming fiscal year budget.
So, wait a minute, we don't have council here, so Where's the rest of the council? Well, let's hold off. That way they can be present. No, they're just went to the restroom. So we'll just go ahead and have a seat and we'll wait for them to come back because I want them to be able to look at the information. So that's fine. Let's just move it. Finish it. No. They can go to the restroom, but I'm just saying that
Take the
we gotta
recess.
wait for, people are waiting for the budget and you guys don't wanna be here, so. So I guess we don't have we're waiting for you to come back because they're gonna present the budget and I wanna make sure everybody's present for the, budget presentation. Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. We know you went over there with her. That's fine. I just want to make sure that all council's present. We don't need a recess for that. No, we're just gonna wait. I just want to make sure that, council is present for the budget presentation. It's very important. Did you have like a present, so that way that she can kind of get it going for you? That way it's ready? Oh, okay. Bertha, is it ready for, I'm sorry, Chief, I didn't mean to interrupt, but is it ready for, that way we could at least, when they get here, we can start the presentation and, okay, good. So we'll just wait till they return. I'm sorry that it's being delayed. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, no. I just want to make sure that it was ready so that way she's ready to go. Because we have staff waiting and I don't want to keep them waiting here any longer than they should be. You're on the clock, but I know you want to go home. So, so thank you for your patience. So go ahead and start because I think we're just going to wait for one more, but at least maybe it get you started so we can move it along a little bit faster. There's a quorum, so that's fine. We didn't lose quorum, right? So go ahead. Yeah.
You want me to wait for?
Yeah. No, go ahead. He'll come. He'll be coming. So. Oh, it's a little too dark. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Rodriguez. I'm the Senior Revenue Manager for the City of Parlier, and I have with me.
Oh.
Kathleen Vanderberg. I'm a Senior Budget Analyst.
Good evening. Stephanie Trujillo, Principal Management Analyst.
And they are part of the finance team who helped me put together this budget, along with the consultants, directors, and acting city manager. Today, we're going to be reviewing the upcoming fiscal year budget. The goal is to provide a clear and transparent overview of how resources will be allocated to support our key priorities and sustain essential services. We have carefully considered both current needs and long-term financial sustainability, ensuring that we continue to invest in areas that are driven growth and enhance the quality of our life for our community. So the first slide is the resolution. It's just the City of Parlier has developed the operating and capital budget for the fiscal year 24-25, ensuring the provisions of essential public services, infrastructure improvement, and financial stability. The second page is the City of Parlier authorized positions. We have 88 authorized positions, and there's no modifications to the positions. The next page, it's the revenue breakdown. And just to be clear, I'm not gonna do like page by page. What you have, it's the full budget book. I'm just gonna do an overview on the main funds, and then we go to questions if you guys have questions, okay? So this one is the revenue breakdown. I have general fund, enterprise funds, a special revenue, which is all the grants, and other funds. This is the distribution that we currently have for the revenue. 74%, it's for the 74%, let me get the color right, enterprise funds. And then 13% special revenue funds, 12% general fund, and then other funds. Next page, it's the expenditure breakdown. Special fund expenses, it's in the brown color, and I set up the amount right there. General fund and enterprise funds. This is everything. It's not just general fund. This is everything what we manage at the City of Parlier. Okay. The next slide, general fund.
So can I just give you there's a point of clarification too, because I know there's a lot of misunderstanding on when you talk about different funds. People literally think that it's in a different account. It's data entry encoded into your ledger in here, but all that money is in one bank account.
Right.
So because I know there was money missing, which there's no way it's missing because all the money is in the bank account. So when you go over that little wheel that says this amount and that amount, so I want to make sure that the people know that it's all in one account.
Correct. We have more than 80 accounts, as I've mentioned before on the other presentation. it will be really hard to keep a bank account for each one of those
Exactly.
accounts.
Thank you.
That's why we have one bank account that holds everything, but we internally have funds that are divided into each fund that reflects what each fund has.
Exactly. And that is what staff like you guys manage your accounts and to see how much you have. So like when you have a your own bank checking account, you have a record of what your balance will be. Because I'm saying it because I did hear people saying that there was 500,000 missing, which it's not that it's missing. It was misquoted or misentered into a different account. So that is not factual. It's all in one account.
Right.
And I just want to make sure, because residents have mentioned that they've been hearing that. And when they hear like money's missing, that's not a good thing, because they think, well, what's the city doing with the money? And so I just wanted to make sure when you went over that they understand that all that money is in one account.
Yes, that is correct.
The missing part was that it wasn't in the direct
It was
section where it was supposed to be at.
It was it was misquoted into the ledgers that you have, which is not accounts. When you say accounts, people literally think bank accounts. That's why I wanted to clarify that, because it's not a bank account. It's
Fund
a record
accounts.
keeping, like when you do this and you put it and plug it in. So it's not that it was missing. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I did get that information from a resident. So go
Let's say,
ahead.
for example,
So can you-
like the 500,000 we were looking for.
It's not that you were looking for
it. wasn't in the right place.
Correct.
Okay, that's exactly what the community knows, because we had a round table on that.
Yeah,
So-
it's not missing, it's misallocated.
Yes,
So
it was misquoted. It was not plugged into the right account in your data system. That's what I'm trying to get. So the back and forth, that's all I wanted, is just clarification, because that's the misleading information that's being provided to the community. So go ahead.
okay, what you guys have over here is the revenue by source for the general fund. We have property taxes, licenses and permit, intergovernment revenue, other taxes, fines and penalties, and charges for current services. This is more in detail in your book, but this is just the overall on the revenue that is being received for the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Next one, it's the general fund expenditure by department. So we have all departments listed: code enforcement, animal control, facility maintenance, cooling center, community center, swimming pool, senior center, parks, community development, fire, police department, public works, finance, administration, city council, and a little bit of non-departmental.
16.
Next screen.
The next one, 17?
I'm on 9 on my slide. Yours, it's more in detail because it's the whole book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay, then we have special revenue breakdown. This is what includes all the grants that we receive. So it's split into police department, public works, the child care, Parlier Academy, or transportation, housing and development, and miscellaneous. Okay. And then last, we have the enterprise funds. This is a little bit of what Dan was talking about. We have the water, sewer, and disposal. We have, I put expenditures and revenue side by side. And if it's under the line, then it's a deficit. See, the only one that I'm showing a deficit is for the disposal. Okay. And this is the summary of the budget. I will let you guys review it. Questions, comments are welcome, and I will respond to anything.
Just so that, I mean, yeah, it's a lot. Is this already on our website?
As soon as it gets approved, it will
It'll
be
be on-
posted
okay.
on the website.
Okay.
And just for clarification, we put this together within 2 months. My goal is to review it in a mid-year and see where we are, and then make any adjustments if we need to make any adjustments. Okay.
So one thing I think it's important for us to, and not that I appreciate the hard work you guys did, because I know it's very tedious and you have to do a lot, right? But I would like to review it first and then just present it to us and then bring it back for the next meeting to approve it, because reviewing it right now, it's gonna be a little bit hard to, if we have questions, it's not gonna be enough time for that. And I don't wanna keep you all here all night for us to review it and then ask questions, because that will happen.
Would you like us to give you questions before the next meeting so you can answer those? And
That
then-
will be perfect. That way I'm ready to answer those.
Okay.
And yes, it's a lot of information to kind of go through in a meeting, especially when it's this late already
Yeah.
and everybody wants to go home. So I do know that. So yes, take it, review it, let me know, send any questions that you have. And then I just want to emphasize that it's really important to approve the budget. Audit, it's waiting for the budget too. Grants are waiting for the budget. So it is a priority to get this approved as soon as we can.
Yeah,
Okay?
no. But the good thing is that we have the continued resolution that, we have that. So even if we wait till the next meeting, which will be in November, that's still okay. But at least it gives us time to review everything that's on here. And if there's questions, then we can ask the questions, and then you can be prepared for the next meeting to, answer the questions. Go ahead. I think she was gonna.
Mayor, I would just make sure that we ask whether there's any deadlines and any need to
We have a
approve it today.
continued resolution already that we approved, so this wouldn't affect that. So we already approved
Yeah,
that.
so long as there's consensus, or if you want formal action, someone can make a motion, a second, and then vote to continue it to
Yeah.
bring it back.
Okay, so then I have a motion to.
I would request that public comment is held before you move on and take action on the item, since it is agendized.
I don't think
for
they even
discussion.
have this either. Right? I don't think anybody in the public has this, so that's why they can get it, maybe we could still post it on the website so that they can review it if there's public members here that want to review that, and then we can bring it to the next council meeting to approve the actual budget, because I don't think we're gonna deny it. We just want to
Okay.
review it.
Can we post it as a draft?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything
Just-
the council receives at a council meeting is public information.
Okay.
And can be posted.
Okay.
And I don't think, like I said, I don't think we're gonna deny it. I think that we want to look over it, and then if we have questions, then we can do it. So that way we can post it on the website so that anybody wants to review it, they can. And then if they want to have questions, they can come back. So,
I think what council was trying to say, open it up.
I know,
to the
but-
public,
but-
and then show that they have it's just to go through the motion.
So, yeah, I know, but I don't think, I could open it up, but
that's
I'm positive that if they haven't seen it, what are they gonna ask questions that they haven't really seen, right? So I think that I can open it up, but I'm sure, because I've already seen the nodding of the heads, that they don't think they have questions right now. So if there's anybody that has a question, you can approach the podium right now. Okay, hearing none, we can make a motion. I have a motion to, for the next meeting, and that way we can send you emails if there's questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
A second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried, I did, and then second by Diego, and, motion carried 5-0.
Great job, ladies.
Okay, so now we can move on to the next item, which is, item 10. Serta? Okay, this is also,
Mayor, council members, residents of Parlier, before you have a staff report regarding property 580 East Tulare Street, which is a city-owned building. This is a rental contract between tenant and the city of Parlier. City council approved City of Parlier to enter into a one-year contractual rental agreement with the renter for city premises located at 580 East Parlier. The city agreed to rent said property to renter for the period of 11/1/2020 to October 1st, 2021, with the extension of 6 months, April 30th, 2022, in the amount of $300 a month. Additionally, renter is required to pay charges for water, sewer, gas, electricity, telephone, and other services and utilities used by tenant on the leased premises. The city has honored the current expired rental contract for this property, and because the current contract expired in October 1st, 2021, with the extension of date of April 30th, 2022, and because the city desires to bring current all expired contracts as a practice of maintaining efficient operation that helps city remain compliant with legal and regulatory requirements, and demonstrates transparency and accountability in city's procurement process. The city recommends council approve staff to renegotiate contract with renter to reflect current rental rates based on Fresno County average rental rate.
I think this is something that's been brought up before at this property. I think the main thing was the concern of the living. Is it livable? Is it up to, code that a person or multiple people can live in this property? I know we said we were gonna look into it, and nothing ever came back.
No, it did. If you recall, they did have, please, can you stop interrupting? They did have the inspector go by. They had code enforcement go by. I'm not sure if were you here? I'm not sure if you were here in that meeting that was being discussed about this property at that time too, because the concerns came up about if they can live in it because it didn't have a kitchen. I don't know if you remember that part.
I've been part of discussions. I don't recall being part of a discussion at city council about that, but I do understand that it has come up before.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I remember the last city manager saying, that it was an inspector went over there and so did the code enforcement. It is our city property, so if it was not in compliance with any kind of code, then it's the landlord's responsibility to bring it up to code. And I think that they did do some renovations in the actual building. I don't recall. Did you?
We did look at fire safety hazards, so
Yeah.
we did remove some secured bars from the fence,
Right.
from the I'm sorry, the windows, simply because they were not accessible inside to open, so it was a fire hazard. I know we did that, and some other minor upgrades, but I did have code enforcement go out there and assess it, and there were some minor upgrades. I guess the question was, does it require a sink, basin, a stove, and what have you to make it inhabitable?
Well,
and so I would have to defer
the
to
thing, and I
Jeff.
think I mentioned it to you before, Chief, when we had this discussion before. There's people that actually rent their garages and have them live there, and now with all the housing crisis that is happening right now, there's actually, now you can turn into a garage into a living area. It doesn't have to have a kitchen per se. It just needs to have running water, if for toilets or whatever like that, right?
If it is prepared as a junior accessory dwelling unit, it can share certain facilities with the rest of the house. Then there's a distinction too between just converting a garage to more living space versus actually converting it into a dwelling unit. But yeah, yes, you're correct.
With that, I think it was said things were going to get done. Nothing ever got brought back to us on the findings or what they were doing. Again, it might have been just to one, but not to all.
No, I think
this is just something like, I think we just need the zoning area and all that. That's what has come up before, but I think it was mainly, is it livable for the person to live there? And if not, we need to make sure that it is, if we are going to continue to rent it. And I mean, not to displace anybody, but we need to make it livable if we are going to continue to rent.
And we did have this discussion, and we did talk about this numerous times, because it's not the first time that it came up, and it's not the first time. So as Serta said, he did have code enforcement go over there. They looked at the living conditions. They did make those changes that were made. So obviously it was looked into. So is there a question about it? If my question would be then, Serta, what are your thoughts on the findings that when you had code enforcement over there and looked at the property? Because back then the question was about, because it didn't have a kitchen and they thought it required a kitchen, which it does not, because a lot of our laws from the state change for the housing, because that's why you're able to build an ADU in your backyard too now because of the housing situation. So what is your thoughts on
I would
that?
have to compare what originally we set out to do was to reassess the building and determine what upgrades were necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did get bids on, and whether, there's a misunderstanding about if it needs a kitchen or not. I would refer to Jeff on that. But so I did get estimates on a kitchen, have a stove appliance and what have you. So I did get those bids. But if those are not necessary, then
yeah.
the point is mute. And I would ask
Yeah,
Jeff
I think
to
Jeff would be able to answer that
if-
question. You're right.
Because I think those are the only concerns
Right, and you're right.
about it
And I
being
think-
inhabitable.
And I
Right.
think
Jeff,
too,
have you
'cause
been to the property?
I'm glad you asked that question. I mean, I've been to the property, but I have not been inside the property. We have a meeting tomorrow. The code enforcement officer, special inspector, and I will be there tomorrow to go through and inspect the
So
facility.
inspect it again for a second time?
Yeah, because when the original, I'm familiar with the result of the original inspection. It's been a couple of years probably since that was
Just
done.
about 2 years, so I don't think it fell apart within 2 years.
I don't think it fell apart. I don't know. I would like to be present for it. I'm not sure under specifically what circumstances the previous inspection was done. So I'd like to.
So you don't feel comfortable with the last inspector?
I-
That inspected?
I would rather be present while it's being inspected.
Well, because the reason I'm saying is because if you don't feel comfortable with the last inspector, then, I mean, why do we pay for an inspector that no one feels comfortable with?
Point taken.
So to me, it's like we rely on staff to do their part. Like, sort of had the inspector go out there, and so also the code enforcement officer.
Right.
So if that's their job to do that, not a city planner to be inspecting. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't be because we have people that do those jobs.
You're correct, and I'm not going to be inspecting it. I just want to be there while this. And again, I'll refer to him as a special inspector because he's from our other contracting.
So it's another
inspection.
cost to us on that on
It's
top?
not going to
Or
be
pro
a
bono?
substantial cost
Pro bono?
out of my
Oh.
out of my own pocket.
Oh, okay. So
But
if it's going to cost you, then that's fine.
Jeff, is that property registered with the Fresno County Recording Office that it is a residential or is it a utility
That property is zoned for office use.
for office use?
Correct.
So it's not a residential.
Not a residential, so
Because-
it's not recorded and we're renting it as a residential, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I? I'm not trying to sound. Can I?
Yeah, go
elaborate?
Go ahead, Jeff,
Yes,
that's
go
okay,
ahead.
that's okay.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say, can I finish? No.
Yeah. No, sure you can.
No, I would like to elaborate that in this particular case, the circumstances are that the general plan identified, and this is similar to the previous discussion, in that because it used to be the courthouse, presumably when the general plan was updated in 2010, the underlying land use for the general plan was changed to residential because that's what everything else in that block is.
Oh.
And then there was never a subsequent zoning change to
So
just
in
switch
the
it over.
general plan, it does point out that
It
it's
does
residential.
identify this property
Okay.
for residential use. So if we get to the point where we do want to use this as a residence, the zone change is a much simpler process to just switch that over.
Okay, then that would be good.
I have a question, Jeff.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to the first one, if we were to split it up and do keep part of it residential, part of it commercial, would that?
Which one are you
would
talking
that
about?
rental- I'm sorry, going back to the houses next to.
We passed that. We can't discuss that. That's already done. We're on this one for this property.
Can I
No,
just make
it's
a
not the same item. And she's talking about the last item.
The focus needs to be on the item before the council.
Okay?
So,
Thank
okay,
you.
then let me put it a different way. Is there anywhere else in our city properties that we can?
Has to be on this item.
I'm talking about the residential we have right now.
It has to be the item we're talking about.
Is there anywhere else that because again, we do not want to displace anybody. 'cause
That is
if
not
you're
what is being discussed here. You're talking about other properties, and this is right
So,
now what
I
we're
mean,
talking
Jeff,
about.
you-
Is this
you know what I'm
contract?
trying to say, right?
But what
Nobody
no,
finished.
She's going off of something else.
Mayor,
Are
if-
we?
Mayor, if I can real quickly,
Counsel,
I was going to say
Are
that we
are
can't
not
really
talking
discuss
about
that.
this contract, or are we
wait,
talking
Jeff,
about
let him-
properties in town?
He is going to explain.
I was
He's
just
trying
going
say
to agree with
Go ahead, Jeff,
council
thank
and
you.
the mayor in that we should just be talking about the contract related to this property and not investigating other alternatives right now.
For the same property. We're not looking at the last one on the
Correct.
agenda, we're just looking at this
Or
property.
any other substitute
one.
property that might suffice.
So then, okay, let me just bring it back too, because I'm gonna open it up for the public, because this is the thing, is that it goes back and forth. Go ahead, is there anybody from the public?
Nobody finish.
Because
No, you're not. You're trying to help people. They have a question, Alma. Question
Yes,
for you.
Alma
I run the
Alma
meeting because I'm
rented
the presiding officer, and
the
you have to
Larry
respect
Street
that.
over there in the old courthouse.
So-
She rented it out like a residence.
Okay.
And it's a
Reminder.
business.
Okay,
As a reminder to everyone, comments from the public, they get 3 minutes to address the board, and that is all. This is not to go back and forth. Once they complete their comments, if they made questions and any of you would like to ask or have the answer, you're welcome to do so. But you should not be debating. This is not a town hall. This is an opportunity for them to present their comments or questions, and then they're done, and we continue to the next
On the
comment.
item.
On the item on hand.
thank you,
please.
on the item. So if it's on this particular item, okay, because you say that all the time and it's something else. Go ahead.
I'm seeing that all the contracts, including this one, ended in 21. I don't know why we were never able to renegotiate.
Okay, that is not what is being discussed about the contracts in 21. Can you correct that, please? He needs to stay within the subject matter.
So it is related.
All the contracts?
No, he's
That's what he's
commenting
stating
about-
right now. But he's talking about all the contracts that were not renewed. And so it's, right now, we're talking about this contract on the Tulare Street. I don't want to say the actual name on this, on the agenda, but it needs to be specific to this.
I'm being specific.
Okay, so
I've
what do
been
you have to
specific.
say
You
about
just
this
let me
property on this
give my
contract?
3 minutes, then you can put me out of order. Okay?
But it
So-
needs to be on this
yes,
subject.
Yes,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just talking about a termination of agreement and this contract.
What termination?
This
on agreement?
contract.
So, Madam Mayor, just allow him to provide his comment, and we will remind him if he's out of order.
Okay, then we'll do that, because he
Okay.
does it all the time.
That's what I'm requesting. I mean, why we let it go for a long time? I mean, why we are renting properties that are like this one, that are commercial, and allow that to be residentials.
It's a
when we don't allow anything else within the city. If I'm trying to build something, you guys are gonna stop me right away.
Okay.
But no, you cannot do that because, so that's my question, my God, I mean,
Okay.
we need to take care of the business like we run in business and Parlier, because it's a shame, let me tell you.
Okay, is there anybody else? Go ahead, thank you.
Trinidad Pimentel. Yeah, I remember that it was rented out temporarily. It was supposed to be temporarily for the sake that we didn't want to see another homeless person. And I don't know what happened after that. I think they had an inspection. The experiment was okay for them to stay there. At this point, then I was out of the council, so I didn't know what was going on. But that property was really rented out because of a necessity at that time. We didn't want to see anybody sleeping in the car or sleeping outside or another homeless out on the street. So that was the reason for that. After that, I would suggest that, Jeff already said he'll bring somebody to inspect it, look into it. If it's livable, let's move forward. Let's get it done.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then, any other comments? Okay, so do I have we're gonna table it, right? Bring it back. So do I have a motion to table? Diego? A second? Sabrina, all those in favor? Motion carries 5 yes. Okay, let's move on to the next item. That's item 11. Consideration and necessary action on the service contract for, okay, this is the law firm, Andrea Chapman on that property. Who's gonna go over it? How's that?
I'll present the staff
Yes.
report.
Uh-huh.
Mayor, Council, residents of Parlier, before you have your staff report regarding Andrea Chapman Law Real Estate Attorney Service Contract. City of Parlier wishes to pursue legal remedies to resolve real estate property dispute between City of Parlier and Sarbart-Bala Corporation. City management and city attorney have exhausted efforts to resolve real estate dispute with Sarbart-Bala, and whereas city desires to obtain the expert services of real estate attorney Andrea Chapman, city attorney and acting city manager, please submit the staff report recommending City of Parlier enter a contractual agreement with real estate attorney Andrea Chapman for legal services. Andrea Chapman is highly experienced attorney with a proven track record in real estate litigation. Andrea Chapman Law will assist City of Parlier with legal services reasonably required to represent client. Attorney will take responsible steps to keep client informed of progress and to respond to client's inquiries. If a court action is filed, attorney will represent client through trial and post-trial motions. It is a recommendation of staff to enter into legal contract with Andrea Chapman Law for legal remedies in the property dispute between City of Parlier and Sarbart-Bala Corporation.
Okay, so as I said before, I know that she's been practicing law only for 4 years, and this is a very important case with that property where our complex will be going. I believe that we should do a proper search because no search was ever done. It was an only request, and I as I mentioned, there was one request to the law firm that you represent and looking for representation for this dispute with property. And that was the only one that I seen. After that, there was no actual search for a qualified that has experienced these kind of cases to represent the city. Because if we have someone that was just picked up on the fly because it was next door, that's my understanding, is not a good thing. We need to do an RFQ, because even though I know that it's time consuming and it's time, maybe there's time restrictions or so forth, but I think that's what should have happened from the beginning. It was not done. So I don't know if maybe your firm can assist where we can do a search. That's what I'm going to recommend, and hopefully the council will see that too, because we're not just going to go pick up somebody on the fly that was next door to another attorney and say, well, do you want to represent? I mean, that's not a proper search. Usually when you search for a law firm, you want to see their qualifications, what they've done, who they represented, see their track record of what they've accomplished. Because from what I gathered, there was not any information. It was just knock next door and represent. And to me, I don't think that that's a proper search. To me, it's like you do go, even seeking with other colleagues, like it was recommended also to seek with your firm. And then you guys said that you are not in that particular, you don't handle those kind of particular cases. So you declined it. That is what I expect our council that was here should have done with not just your firm, but other firms, instead of just seeking your firm, and then not doing any other search and just went with whoever was next available to her. So to me, this project is very important, and we cannot just go with just anybody. We cannot just, okay, well, that's the only one we have right now, so let's just go with the less just because she's there, you know? That's one of the things that I say, but again, everybody has their own opinion. I would rather just go with another search.
I'm just worried about the time frame with as much as this was pushed on us, and now we've come to our issues with the land dispute. I don't know. Do we have time to go out for a search? That's what I'm kind of worried about.
See, and that's why, as it was said earlier, that we would need someone with that experience to be able to give us a recommendation of what to do. That's why you weren't able to recommend because it's not, that's not in the scope of work that you do. So I don't want to just go with the last resort. I want to make sure that we're going to win and not lose because that was the next one there. Whether we have time or not, that is why I think that what should have happened from the beginning, from day one, when this was brought to us about seeking an attorney, that should have happened from day one. It did not.
Which was 2 weeks ago, correct?
No, I
From-
think it was.
It was mentioned 2
That's
weeks
what,
ago.
but it was already being there. Okay, there was already concern prior to 2 weeks ago. It was agendized 2 weeks ago, but their concern was already there prior to that. So knowing that neither the council that's here, the interim, couldn't handle or cannot represent us on this this claim, then at that time she should have sought and then brought it 2 weeks ago with some recommendations of what she searched, because it was already brought to her attention.
Barely 2 weeks ago.
No, it was not. It was discussed 2 weeks ago amongst us.
Like
But
Sabrina
the emails, if you recall seeing, do you want me to go back to the emails where it's been brought up to us? It's been emailed to all of us
So-
in that, from that individual.
Madam Mayor, I would recommend that we focus on.
I know,
I'm here-
but the thing is that it's being said that it was only 2 weeks ago. It's not. There's record of this being going on for more than 2 weeks ago. There's emails that was sent to all council and the acting city manager and the city attorney. So it's not just now.
I understand that, and so the next step here would be either either there's a motion to approve, or there isn't any motion, or there is a motion to direct staff to
Right,
prepare
and that's
the
why I'm saying,
RFP.
like I mentioned to you earlier, that I was going to bring on. You said yes, bring it up, because this is why it's a concern to me, because you're going to want someone that's going to represent you, that you know that they're going to be able to do their best in getting you the case that you want to win. You don't want to just, oh well, he's the last one that's there, so let's just go with it, and hopefully it happens, you know. So that's my concern. If there's any other concerns, then if not, then I can open it up to the public, and then we can give direction or approve it, whichever you guys decide.
I don't see they got more questions. I mean,
Well, they're not
this
saying.
recommendation was brought to us by our interim city attorney, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Because it's her next door neighbor in her building. And
But there's
that's
a
why,
reason
that's
why
not a
the
search.
city
That
attorney-
is not a search.
Our
Proper
recommendations from-
searches are when you seek other firms, the way she contacted
Mayor,
your firm.
I understand. Let's just make sure that we're respectful and allow her to complete her
Right,
comments. and
but
we
this
can
is
move on.
because she's saying that this was a recommendation from the interim city attorney. So
That was my
the
question.
the thing is, yes, it was, but she went next door and didn't do a proper search. That is what I'm trying to bring to light. That that's not a proper search. So you just go next door and just, okay, can you represent us, and not even look at whether they're the best to represent us, just because this person only has 4 years of practicing law. But is there any comments? Because if not, so I can bring it to the public, and then you guys can make your decision. I already know what I'm saying, and I'm not going to go with this contract. But is there any questions from the public? Okay, hearing none. So what is the motion to approve or bring back? What is it?
I'm stuck on the time limit, so I'm gonna say motion to approve. So
What is it? Is there a time
Second.
limit? So do we have an actual?
So because we have a motion, we need a second before any further
My
discussion.
question, since he made that
second it.
comment.
Okay.
So since he made that comment, where was the legal advice that there was time limits? Is there somebody that gave us that legal advice that we needed to approve it now because there's time limits?
So the recommendation is coming before you. Whether there's any time limits, I would not be able to answer that. And if
Because you don't know of any, right?
no, because I'm not sure if any exist.
Exactly. So that's not because there's time limits. He assumes He assumes that there is time limits because there was no legal that actually gave that statement that there was time limits, correct?
Well, if you're referring to any discussions that were held in closed session, those should not be discussed in
No,
open session.
I'm
So I would
saying
just remind
what
us-
he's stating that, okay, that was not mentioned in closed session, so I don't know what you're talking about. He's stating this right now. If there was time limits, he's worried about the time limits. Who gave that recommendation of time limits? Because I don't recall anyone saying anything about time limits.
Mayor, you
Not
have
you,
you have mentioned prior
but not-
before that there is a time frame that we have to spend X amount of money. We
For
knew about
grants.
this
Per grant
issue for a while. We were trying to take care of it in other ways, but this
That has
actually just
nothing-
came up to the 2 weeks ago, the last meeting, and that's where I heard about being referred to legal counsel.
So once again, my motion is to
Again,
approve this contract.
it goes back from September 5th. Okay, from when it was brought to all of our attention. So my question again is, who was the attorney that actually said there was time constraints?
So
I didn't
Madam
open it for
Mayor,
that yet, sir.
I would not be able to answer that because I'm not making those statements.
Because
if the council member wants, and in fact, actually, if legal counsel provided that advice, I do not recommend disclosing that information. That is
there was no, that's why I'm saying this, because there was never stated that.
Okay.
There were no statements of such. So I'm not opening it to you yet. No, I'm not.
You mentioned that the money needs to be spent by December, and you tell
It's
him-
been spent.
tell him.
That's the time no.
Here, don't
engage,
not. Don't engage in discussion with him.
The
since he
thing is
at-
that it was brought up about the property with that complex, okay? The time constraints that he's talking about, which was the complex that needs to be purchased, which it has. We went out to bid, and it
Madam
has been, let me just clarify this. It has been purchased. So the miss, again, leading information is that we need to spend it before December. It's been done. It's going to be done. That is not part of the time constraint.
And that's a different matter than what's before
But it
us.
pertains to this contract. It's all part of the same contract, because what we're trying to do here is to build that complex in that property.
So
But
the
right now
item
we're talking
before
about
you for
this.
discussion, and you have a motion and a second on the floor, is whether to approve the contract.
Okay,
with
that's
with
fine.
Andrea
They
Chapman
already
Law.
said they're going to approve it for an attorney that only has 4 years of experience, because that's the last resort. Again, that's
That's
not
your
look her
assumption.
up.
Okay,
Her up.
Attorney, City Attorney, can you do a
Look her
point
up.
of order,
You didn't do
please?
your research as usual.
So you
as
do
usual.
have a motion and a second, so now would be
I
appropriate to
haven't
call a
opened it
vote.
for that, so I need to. No, I
I
did
did
not.
a point, I did a
No, I
point of
didn't.
order.
They
I did a
they
point
all
of
made an
order.
motion. You guys just always tend to make motions, and I'm talking. You make a motion when I'm talking.
Stop.
They can't do that.
Yes,
I
they
have
can.
to.
Of order,
No, they
please.
Madam
cannot.
Mayor,
If
once-
I have the floor,
please, you are out of order. If you continue to be disruptive, we're going to ask you to leave the meeting, please.
he does that all the time. But this is the thing. I have not finished what I was stating, and everybody started making motions. So when you tell me to let them speak, so it's okay for them to make motions when I'm talking? Is it okay?
It is not professional to do that.
Okay,
However,
exactly.
A motion has been made and
But
a second.
it doesn't matter. So
Does-
that is okay. Then now you're
Mayor?
again censoring me.
I'm not censoring.
Yes, you are, because
Procedurally-
I was still talking.
Procedurally, I'm advising you of what the situation
and
is.
I did not open it up for a motion. Okay, this is not the only board that I run. I run also, like I said, I run another. I'm the chairwoman and another board. And guess what? No legal ever tells me that over there. No legal tells me that because they make a motion, they tell the chairwoman has to open it for the motion. If I'm still talking, they can't just talk over me. But here it tends to happen all the time. Over there, they're more respectful. They'll ask me to have the floor. Here they just start talking over me, and you're allowing that to happen.
I am not, Madam Mayor. You asked what the wishes of the council were. And you had
Yes,
a motion
but
and a second.
and I did not open it for that. I said, what? I'm not going to debate this with you no more. So ridiculous. Stop. So yes, you'll be gone in November. So again, so the motion was to approve it. Who made the first motion? Okay. Who made the second? I did. Janie. Roll call vote, please. No. Yes, thank the Lord.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Oh. Yes. Motion carries 4 yes and 1 no. All right. So we can continue with the next item, and that is okay, this is 12. Oh, okay. And since you're going to talk about the cannabis grant, and we went over the monies that were owed to other accounts. I had mentioned this to you before about when we upfront the cost, and then we don't receive the funds from the state. I want for the next meeting for you to bring that as far as if we have received full funds from all the grants that were in question, because since we're working on this cannabis grant, I don't want us to continue to be upfronting costs when we don't get reimbursed.
Okay.
So, if you could bring that.
Sure.
And then go ahead and present. That's okay.
Okay. Mayor, council, residents of Parlier, before you have your staff report, this is the BSEC cannabis grant, and we have a recreational component of that. So currently our recreational staff will be launching our city volleyball program, and there's equipment that the city doesn't have that is necessary for the volleyball program. So it's nets, volleyballs, and what have you. And that expense exceeds the $5,000 limit. So I'm here before you asking for your approval to purchase volleyball equipment in the amount of $7,023.15. And this is fully funded through the BSEC grant.
I just wanted to say I saw the equipment that's being asked to be purchased, and it's actually nice, and hopefully will last us long for our continued recreation events. So I'm really happy to see this come through, and with as Mayor mentioned about the grants, I think it's just a concern of making sure that we get reimbursed for reimbursements come in.
Completely valid.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because that 4.2 that I was talking about, that's part of the problem with the grants from the past. Because you have staff that don't know how to process the backup to the grants. Right. And when you don't have the staff that know how to do that, that's when the state rejects those submittals. Yeah. Because it's not accurate. And I tell you this because you know that I get the emails from them when they say it's incorrect or it's late. Yep. And it sounds great when they say, we got $4 million for cannabis or whatever, from whatever grant. Sure. But the city is the one that's upfronting the $4 million. Mm-hmm. And if we don't get reimbursed for $4 million, who really paid for it? The city.
Yep. I will have a full report on that for you.
Okay.
I also agree with what the mayor and Sabrina's saying, because we do need to keep track of our the fundings for our grants. And we just paid, beginning of the year, we paid $50,000 for one of our grants that we did not get the right in-kind. The program was given like $80,000, and we had to pay out of our general funds almost $50,000 because we didn't have all the in-kinds that the program was supposed to provide for our residents. So it's very important that we do keep track of all the in-kinds that through all our grants, not just this one, Chief, all the grants. Because I don't feel that we should be paying out of our general funds for any agencies that help us and that we give them grant money because they don't give us the invoices that we need to send into the state. So we really need to really keep an eye on that. Thank you.
And the problem with that in-kind was that staff didn't log that in-kind because it was our actually staff that did that. So the in-kind, because I did see the emails, and it was directed on the in-kinds that the city was supposed to do for that grant. Because the other nonprofits that did the program, they provided all their information. The lack of information that was not received to the state was from the city, not from the other organizations. I saw the emails and how they were asking for that information that was not being provided.
Well, that's not what we were told. But
Well,
I'll leave it at that.
I received the emails from the
We're
state.
told.
I'm gonna open it. Yes, because that's who they contact, the mayor. I'm sorry that they do that. They contact me. No, we can't share. That will be a Brown Act violation that you tend to do all the time anyway. But is there any comments from the public so we can move on? I think there's a motion that, you want to make a motion already? Okay. Because we're in council.
Who's running this volleyball program? Is it the police
It's part
department?
of it's our own recreation.
Yeah, it's a city-run program, and it's one of our staff, so I don't.
Because the phone's going off, so that way we
I
can hear.
don't, we don't mention names, but it's a staff.
No, and it's okay.
Unless the staff member wants to come up.
I mean,
suppose.
she's presented. I don't know if you feel comfortable with what you're doing in that program. That way they know what you're doing, so there's clarification. Would you want to approach the podium? No, go ahead and come up here.
They're just asking you don't feel ashamed if they bring up your name that you're doing this, which of course you're not. It's actually posted.
Yeah.
Quote is under my name.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
public information, so go ahead.
I'm just asking a question.
No, it's okay.
City of Parlier Recreation.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know you had a recreation in the city of Parlier.
Yes, no, we did. We approved it, what was it, last year?
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the grant, the
Yeah.
BSCC grant
So-
that we're.
She's running it.
Yeah, no, it's a great program. She's, go ahead and go over the programs that you're working. That way there is no confusion with the public of what's going on.
I just want to thank Councilmember Sabrina for planting this seed, because she's the one that mentioned it, and after y'all vote, y'all will bring it to fruition. And I want to let it be known that I'm not the only one that's making this happen. I want to thank my coworkers, Eva, Margaret, the front line, Mary, Janet, Tina, Angelica, and our volunteer coaches and the parents that bring their child to the program. My goodness, it's been amazing to see these youngsters, the way they grow within the sport, and then just the way they're growing as an individual. From day one, the way they come in all shy, and their skills are not so high. But oh my goodness, it's amazing. I'm sure you've seen it, right, Trino? You've been in the sports program, you've ran sports programs, you've seen how amazing it is when youngsters grow. No, okay, he missed it, but my point is, it's just amazing to see them grow.
I just wanted you to bring it up so that way people know what the actual recreation is doing, because we never had recreation before until now.
Right.
I mean, maybe years and years ago, but it's important for people to know exactly what that money is going towards.
And once it's approved, it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks. So we are still taking registrations. So bring your children, sign them up here. That's why I say the front line have been amazing. They take the registrations, and yeah.
Great job.
After that, we've got basketball coming up. We're hoping to bring the junior giants once again, and indoor soccer. Indoor soccer was amazing, and I just want to say all glory to God, Jesus Christ, because I was blessed.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right, thank you.
Great job.
All right, so is there anybody else from the public? Okay, I think Sabrina motioned.
I motion.
Second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Sabrina and then Diego. Yes.
Ma'am.
And I think we have the item 13.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Jeff O'Neill, Community Development Director. Tonight we have a public hearing. It's the introduction and waiver of a first reading of ordinance number 2024-01, which amends several sections of the Parlier Municipal Code and adds 2 new chapters related, kind of revolving around accessory buildings on residential property. Currently, the code prescribes that a residential property can have 1 accessory building not to exceed 120 square feet. Keeping in mind this has nothing to do with ADUs. Those are regulated entirely separately under state law at this time. So what we're talking about are things like patios, gazebos, outdoor fireplaces, barbecue pits, those sorts of things. There has been a desire among residents to have both larger accessory buildings and more than 1 accessory building. So what we've come up with is a tiered program under which the smallest of these accessory structures or buildings don't require any building permit or approval. Zone clearance, which is a new process that would be created by this ordinance, is required for accessory buildings greater than 120 square feet but less than 600 square feet, and it also allows taller buildings. And then site plan review, which is currently conducted by City Council, would be required for accessory buildings of greater than 600 square feet. Of 600 square feet up to 1,200 square feet. So any accessory building would be maxed out at 1,200. We're not setting a limit on the number of buildings. We're basically saying that the maximum lot coverage of the property is what will determine how many buildings you can have. As part of that, currently the R1 lot coverage maximum is 40% with city manager approval. We're just proposing that that be elevated to 50%. Which is in line with what other similar communities have as a lot coverage for their residential zones. The new process, which is the zone clearance, is essentially a mandate that for processes that are not part of the planning department, including things like building permits, and I'll just throw out an example, as an encroachment permit or that sort of thing, that those get a clearance from the planning department as part of the approval process, just to make sure that they're not conflicting with any of the zoning requirements. For some time now, the process for building plan approval has been that they go to the building plan checker first, and then they come to zoning afterward, which is kind of backward in that why would we want the residents to waste money having their plans designed and checked, only to find out after the fact that they can't do what it is that they wanted to do. So this new zone clearance process, which is very simple, just would be an intervening step in that. And then this new chapter about accessory buildings would be created, and it would contain development standards, including setback requirements, height, the maximum area that can be constructed. And we have several corresponding changes to the text of the R1, 2, and 3 zones to kind of strike out some of the current text that regulates accessory buildings and refer to the new chapter. So all of the materials are contained in one chapter rather than scattered throughout. This is a public hearing, so I'd be happy to take any questions from the City Council, and then would request that the mayor open the topic to the public for discussion.
Questions?
1,200 square feet, what is I wouldn't know, is that a 10 by 12? Is that a 14 by 20?
It can be in any configuration. When you multiply the 2 numbers, it comes out to 1,200 square feet or less.
Thank you.
It could be an octagon, a rectangle, a square, a circle, what have you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Thank you for updating this.
Welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, this public hearing is now open. Anybody from the public?
I just want to make sure that, I don't know if it's going to be applied backwards to any existing buildings, because that has been our problem.
Yeah, that, and obviously we know that they're popping up all over the place, which is part of the reason for coming up with these new regulations. We will allow people. What this will allow us to do now is, if there's a code enforcement issue where somebody had what was previously an unpermitted, not allowable building, provided they go through the permitting process and pay the appropriate fees. And if their building meets all the requirements, then they can keep it.
Yeah, well, the buildings have been there for years already.
Right.
You know that. I mean, so
And-
it's going to be hard for you to tell me that I had to destroy my building that I has been there for
Right.
12, 13, 20 years.
Well, and that's
my concern. only.
and-
Unless you guys can exclude that whatever has been built prior to this time, then I would not have any. I don't have anything yet, but
Right.
I see that within all the community, you see all kinds of buildings.
So
that's my concern.
Part of the intention here is to reduce the frequency that kind of thing will happen, because more and more of those older buildings will qualify as lawful under the new ordinance.
Yeah, I had a question for legal. So, and I'm sorry, I know I opened it up to the public, but my question
Madam
is.
Mayor, I would ask if
Yeah.
we can complete the public hearing and then
But
close
can you
it.
answer that? Because I think if I bring it back here, then they're going to ask questions. So can you kind of ask that question?
So the question, as I understood, whether it can be applied retroactively to allow buildings, correct?
Yeah, that's what I understood it to be as well. And it's, if somebody has a building that was constructed unlawfully under the current ordinance, and it is now lawful under this ordinance, then, and if there is a code enforcement action that is brought up, or somebody says, oh, my neighbor built this 20 years ago, what are you gonna do about it? And it complies with the new ordinance, then we can have them go through the permit process, and it would become a lawful structure.
Okay, let me finish with them, and then I'll ask another question. Go ahead. Anybody else? Okay, that's why I don't want to do that, because it's gonna add more questions. Public hearing is now closed. So the reason I'm saying is because you have on the west side of Parlier, and you know this because I think it was you that brought it up, that a lot of that area there was grandfathered in because there was a lot of development that was not in compliance with the last ordinance. So if we have this new ordinance and you can go retroactive, how is that lawful if it was already grandfathered in?
That's part of why they would have to go through the permitting process to ensure that it meets building code requirements.
But it was grandfathered in back then.
For the situations where, and most of I know we've discussed that kind of thing on numerous occasions, a lot of the stuff on the west side of town was developed in the county.
Right.
And it's just non-conforming, and it doesn't have to comply with our ordinance.
Right.
So it's other things that were built while they were in the city that would be subject to this.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying it's how do you retroactive something that if it was allowable before and it was pretty much forgiven and it was.
It would only apply to the things that were not built lawfully to begin with.
So if it was grandfathered in, it's okay. They're safe.
Yes, if it was constructed, for example, in Fresno County and then annexed into the city, these new changes don't apply to them. They're still what is just called a non-conforming use.
Okay.
Meaning that they don't comply with the standard, but they're allowed to continue.
Okay, that's my question because I think that area was annexed in 1980.
Yeah, 1980, 81. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So that's why, because I knew that was going to be a problem. If it's retroactive, then you're going to hear the complaints coming from the west side.
And we would just be, because those were all presumably built in the county with permits, just like we'll make,
yeah, they
for the sake
followed
of
their
discussion,
regulations.
They followed the county regulations. Yeah. Once they're annexed, they don't have to be brought up to the city's standard. More so, I think what Mr. Gomez was referring to related to, I mean, it could relate to that too.
Right.
But more things. More things that were.
I'm not talking about the west side. I'm talking.
No, but that's why I was saying the west side because the west side is the one that was annexed.
And we would not retroactively apply these things to those unless there was some weird circumstance where they built it after the fact or something like that.
Happened after the annexation.
Right. The retroactive component would largely just apply to things that were already in the city and somebody built a structure unlawfully.
Okay. All right, that's what I wanted to hear because I knew because it's happened before. I think we've had code enforcement go over there, and it was, they didn't have a driveway, and he was telling them that they needed to have a driveway, but at that time, and it was county, so it didn't require that. And that's why it was grandfathered in at that time. I don't know if you recall that situation.
I do. I remember the specific situation. And there are circumstances where something may have been grandfathered in, but if there is an imminent threat to health and safety,
Then you
we
can change it.
apply new
Okay.
standards, but we don't go around
Necessarily do
looking
that.
for that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, since everybody, so what do we have? A motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Diego. A
Second.
second. Sabrina, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Okay, we can move on to item 15. And that's, I'm
Another
sorry.
contract.
Another contract, Serta? That's consideration and necessary action approving the contract for, and resolution for, I think this one was brought back. I think this is something that,
This
that
is
she
the
wanted, yeah,
resolution.
so it was already approved.
Yeah,
It's
just a
just the resolution. Okay. Yeah,
so,
okay. So it's
um,
not the contract, so it's just approving the resolution because we already approved
the services.
The services.
It has a contract and a resolution.
Yeah, I know, but that's because Megan
Yeah,
said
we
for
need
us
resolutions and
to
contracts
bring
for
it back, so.
So, Mayor, Council, and residents of Parlier, before you is a staff report to approve the contract and resolution for Ministerio Cristiano Pentecostal La Voz de Dios rental agreement for the Civic Center. And the rental agreement is attached. I'm not sure I need to read through what you guys, these
I
are
think we
these are
discussed
homeless
this the last
services and
time.
outreach
Yeah,
services.
we already talked about, that's what I'm saying, we talked about it the
mhm.
last time when it was on the consent calendar.
Yep.
And then the recommendation from council that time was to bring it back with a resolution and a contract, because it was just listed on there as services for the community.
Yeah,
So
we
we
have,
already had that discussion, unless you guys have other questions. If not, we could bring it to the public and we can move on. Any questions from the public? Okay.
I had a question. It was asked of me why do we have the hours so long? 10 hours. Do we have homeless coming into to the program for 10 hours? I could not answer that because I don't run the program, but that was one question. And why do we have it for 5 days?
I run the meeting, Kathy. Stop doing that. Go ahead. Tiene una pregunta de que qué son los servicios y por qué está a 10 horas en el día.
Bueno, porque buenas tardes, gracias por el privilegio de que me dan de estar aquí. Nosotros llegamos a las 9 de la mañana, porque realmente, pues, como les he comentado desde un principio, la necesidad es grande. Y a veces estoy en mi casa y ellos me están hablando que quieren bañarse o hay una necesidad, como por ejemplo llega tal vez una mujer o una persona que se les quemó la casa y necesitan ropa, necesitan comida, necesitan bañarse, y por eso es la razón que pues tenemos que llegar un poco más temprano. Nosotros preparamos la comida, a veces estamos a 12 de la noche preparando, como ahorita vamos a llegar a preparar la comida para mañana.
So they provide several, dan varios servicios, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Entonces no es nomás, porque yo pienso que a lo mejor lo que creyeron que estaban los servicios era nomás de dar de comer. Entonces tiene servicios porque yo sí me di cuenta de que ayudaste a una señora que estaba viviendo afuera y era una víctima de domestic.
Sí, es verdad.
Y por eso, y esto fue, ¿a qué horas fue la vez que?
Fue el sábado 21 que dimos comida. Recibí una llamada y me dijeron que había esa necesidad, y pues yo le dije a las personas, pues tráiganla, y gracias a Dios que pudimos ayudar a la señora, porque ella llegó en una situación muy delicada.
Okay. Jeff, this is a question for you. Right now they're at the Civic Center, correct?
Yes.
Commercial, okay. So if our city, the old city hall is commercial also?
It's office.
Office. Could they use that facility because it has a shower there. It has a shower because she's saying they shower at her house. Le estoy diciendo al city planner que usted da los servicios y como dice que se bañan en su casa a veces, le estoy diciendo porque como tenemos la otra propiedad donde estaba una otra organization de Breaking the Chain, pero allí ya no están, pero ahí tienen baños y se están bañando en su casa y nosotros podemos ayudarle a su organización, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo quiero ver qué podemos hacer para ayudarles. Si se están bañando en su casa y tenemos ese facility y tienen para que se bañen allí, les va a ayudar más a usted.
Muchas gracias.
Y
De
también
verdad se
yo
los
sé que
agradezco.
cuando estaban ellos ahí también tenían donde ponían, porque también daban ropa y todo. So tenían donde podían dejar su ropa, que yo sé que yo le pregunté, me dijo usted, no voy a traer todo todos los días, necesito que traer y llevar. So, si podemos traerlo para atrás, a ver si podemos, we can come up with the city plan how if it would be possible to move them to the other facility to help them out because she says they shower at her house.
Okay. I
Let her
don't think
finish.
I don't think
Let her finish.
siempre tienen
Point of order. Point of order.
siempre tienen a personas que se están bañando en su casa.
Todos los días.
Siempre tienen que se está bañando ahí.
Continuamente nos están llegando
Pero
personas.
de lo que me acuerdo que también dijiste es porque se quedan ahí con usted. Tiene una área donde ellos se pueden quedar cuando no tienen dónde irse, ¿verdad?
Sí, por decir, a veces me han hablado a mujeres que están pasando por violencia doméstica y están huyendo del esposo. Y yo lo que hago, les doy pues asilo en mi casa por 2, 3 días, en lo que yo busco la manera, cómo buscar que ellos estén bien.
Porque si vas a una oficina y te cambiamos a ese otro lugar, vas a estar donde está la oficina y simplemente por los servicios de que se puedan bañar. Y ocupas el otro lugar porque es donde estás dándoles de comer.
Es correcto.
Pero if I'm correct, ese tiene 2 cuartos. Es donde está la oficina y pues otra oficinita y tienen donde tenían el storage y tienen el baño y tienen otro cuarto donde hacían juntas o meditate con las personas porque era también un programa que ayudaba a gente de sex trafficking, que es el Breaking the Chain. So ellos ahí tenían muy bien compuesto donde podían hablar con ellos, dar no, I'm sorry, a veces mi español se me hace, pero it would help you. I feel that it would help your organization because you're nonprofit, because you would have more room, you'll be able to help them more resources.
More resources.
Maybe you would like to go see it. Maybe Jeff, we can go see it. Maybe it will be up to how they feel. It's a bigger facility. Es más grande que donde están ahorita. Yeah, thank you. Oh, okay.
¿Y la iglesia?
Yeah. So
she also provides ministries there, and so
y tienen un cuarto grande.
Well, okay. Let me just say this because I think we need to. Vamos a
dice
necesitar
Chief que él puede, si gusta, él
Chief,
puede mandar al Code Enforcement
you
para que la
can't
vayan y lo miren y eso, pero vamos
contract.
vamos a traerlo para atrás.
Okay,
We'll bring it back.
building.
Okay.
Can we
We
bring it back?
can't.
Well, I'm also concerned that there was already an existing agreement for services. So the item before you is simply to commemorate what that agreement has been in writing.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so this is just
To be in writing or what we approved previously.
Correct.
And I don't want us to start focusing on putting her somewhere else because that other location currently has a contract with Breaking the Chains.
No,
Whether
they don't.
yes, they do.
They're gone.
okay.
Whether they're there or not,
But
there's
it's
a
okay. We'll go ahead.
There's a
Yeah.
I just asked Serta that right now, and he said that there is a current contract with Breaking the Chains. Whether they're there or not, you can't just do another contract on top of the one that's already existing there. We would have to terminate that contract before we even put another contract for that same specific building.
Yeah.
Well, Chief, I believe
that
you're
is
correct,
true.
and I would also add that you would also be changing the current terms. I believe, again, that this
Again,
has
it would
already
have to
been
come back again.
negotiated.
Yes.
So this is simply you
Just for what
approving
we've already-
now,
Yeah. I think-
commemorating and writing what
Yes.
has already previously been approved.
And this is why I wanted to just not have this discussion again, because it was going to create this problem. We already discussed it, then this is what we came up with. And this is the recommendation that the Megan made for us to put in writing and a resolution. So we're back again negotiating it when we're not supposed to. So is there any other questions? So if not, then we can approve it or deny it, whichever it's going to be. Está bien, ahorita vamos a ver si hay otros comentarios del público y vamos a ver
Okay,
cómo.
gracias.
Ajá.
Gracias.
Ajá. Any comments from the public?
Thank you. And my name is George, and I'm one of the guys that it's along their house, and he could not make it here with us. He's at the house, but it's a man that paroled, and so I see, like they need guys that parole from prison, and sometimes they don't want to go back to Fresno, so they want to come out here to look for a better environment because they want to be out of their neighborhoods. You know what I mean? Out of the gang activity and all that. So I'm just here that she's doing it's a great work. But yeah, I know it's a little bit uncomfortable for her or other men, coming and showering at her house. So, but thank you for what you guys do. Though.
Yeah, well, thank you, and I'm glad to hear that it's helping the community, and we do need services out there. We don't have anyone that's really stepped up as much as she has. So, gracias por todo lo que haces, Erlinda. Ahora vamos. Yes.
I'd like to motion.
Motion by Sabrina. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Ya aprobamos su lugar donde puede estar allí y ojalá que te vaya todo bien y te agradezco mucho lo que haces por la comunidad. Oh, gracias.
Pero si todavía queremos ayudarte y a ver si podemos mover. Yo sé que es el contrato ahorita y todo es bien, pero todavía tratamos a ver si podemos ayudarte para que nos están baneando en su casa.
La cosa que era que queríamos hacerle más mujer para usted, para ponerle un baño, para que esté más a gusto. Esa era la cosa. Por eso le queríamos hacer.
Now we have Academy of Excellence. Go ahead, Debbie.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and community members.
Order.
I come before you today with the continued funding application for the 25-26 fiscal year. It is recommended that the City Council approve the 25-26 continued funding
I know.
application.
If there's any more, I'm sorry, Debbie.
That's okay.
See, if there's any conversations in the public, can you guys please take it outside? I'm trying to hear her presentation, and she's already soft-spoken as it is. Or get the mic a little closer to you, because.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, it is recommended that the City of Parlier approve the 25-26 continued funding application with the California Department of Education for the purpose of providing childcare and development services for the children and the families of the City of Parlier and the surrounding communities. And to also authorize the acting city manager, David Serta, to sign the contract documents in regards to the preschool for the 25-26 fiscal year. The continued funding application will be for the fiscal year from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. And then I do believe you guys have all the documents for the continued funding application along with the annual calendar on that.
Correct.
Now, the fiscal impact on this, the city of Parlier will generate funds from the program through the administrative fees and the rental fees paid from the 25-26 fiscal year, not to exceed the 10% of the contract funding. So that's that on that contract.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done on that one. I'm
No,
done
I
on
was
that one.
looking at the stuff.
Oh.
So, okay, so then, I always ask the same question. So how is the progress going with the recruitment? I know that sort of was going to help you with, recruiting more kids. And I
Yes,
think
what
you
we've-
changed it that it's, well, not you, but the state changed it for,
We started enrolling 2-year-olds. Currently, we have a lot of applications out there for 2-year-olds, and we've received about 15 of them back. The way the teacher ratio works is that if I have 2-year-olds in a classroom, I can only have a maximum of 8 2-year-olds in one classroom. So I may have to open up 2 classrooms on that and have 3 and 2-year-olds in there. Right now, I'm currently, I sent out through Lakeshore Learning Environment, just all the stipulations that all the equipment that I'm going to need in order to set up those classrooms, because I will need a changing table. I will need certain items in order for us to bring in 2-year-olds that are not potty trained. Upon us bringing 2-year-olds that are not potty trained, because of the laws that the state of California has, we would have to open up those non-potty training up to 5-year-olds. So, if that's what happens, that's what happens. So, and I know a lot of kids that have come in, or a lot of families that have applied prior, a lot of their children were not potty trained, so they weren't able to qualify for the program. But now that stipulation has changed with California Department of Ed, we're able to accept those now.
well, that's good. I'm glad that you're getting more, kids to be enrolled. We need to make sure that the services are there for the kids. So that was my only question. Other than that, it's always been, like the same business as usual.
Yeah.
Where, nothing really has changed, correct? Other than
You're
that,
right.
of the
Other than
age.
that, yes. Other than the age stipulation.
Okay, I don't have any questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Deb, I have a question on the 2-year-old classroom. You were saying that you might have to open another 2-year-old classroom. Can you not do what we used to do back when we would split our classroom in half and have 8 and 8 if your rooms are big enough, or is that changed?
No, that we could still do that, but it would probably be, because the way the stipulations are right now is I can have a class of 24. So I would be able to have 24 students in there. 8 would be 2-year-olds and the others would all be 3s. So the reason why we're looking at that is because it would be more cost effective for the grant, and we'd also be able to provide more services to more children and families.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Any from the public? Okay, so, do we have a motion to approve? Motion by Diego, do we have a second? Second by, Janie, Diego motion and Janie second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes.
You're doing a good job, Debbie.
So
Thank
next
you.
on the next item is,
It's me again.
the Jurabu, is that the one? The
Yes.
audit, okay.
Yes. Before you, I bring the approval of the contract with Jerabu Nelson, the CPA, to conduct the Parlier Academy of Excellence annual audit due November 15th, 2024 to the California Department of Education. Staff recommends approval of the contract with Jerabu Nelson, CPA, to conduct the audit. The city must the summary on this is the city must conduct a separate annual audit from the city's regular audit for Department of Education. We have received the contract from Jerabu to begin the audit. Upon receipt of the approval contract, and our fiscal impact on that would be, upon signing the engagement letter, we would have to pay $3,750, and upon the audit being presented to the city, we would pay an additional $3,750 for a total of $7,500 for the audit.
So would there be a problem? Because I know that in the past, there's always a problem with the audit from the city, and if it was late, then it would delay your audit for the state. Is that gonna still?
That's why Jarabu will do his audit, and then he will submit our portion of it to Department of Ed. What has happened in the past is the city's audit, sometimes they end up delaying theirs, but he will end up coming in and he will work with the auditor that we have here, that works here, Daryl, and then they will ensure that all the regulations that we need to submit our final audit with the Department of Ed is completed and submitted by the 15th. And then the city conducts their audit after that, and they have our information there.
So have we even, I think we have started the audit, correct? Okay, so what's the projected timeline for that? I would just want to make sure, because November is next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that that's one of the problems you've had in the past,
Yes.
where it's always constantly being delayed because of.
I will say, though, last year's audit was actually in on time.
And it's hard because it's like the auditors, they audit several cities, so it's like to squeeze them in here. And I'm glad that you already reached out to them, make sure that they're here doing that, because everybody's behind on their audits.
Yeah,
And
we've actually been working with the finance department on this already.
A lot of cities are behind on their audits, so I'm glad that we're right on track. So that shouldn't be a problem for your submitting your audit report.
Okay.
Any questions from the council? Any from the public? Okay, hearing none, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Diego, do I have a second? Janie? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes.
That's everything. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. We're gonna start with city manager. And I know we always have city attorney, but I think I'm gonna take it off because they don't really make comments. I mean, normal, right? And doesn't need to be on there, right?
Good night.
Bye, good night. So, Serta, for future, can you make sure that that's removed on, yeah, because they really don't make comments. It's only, you probably saw that and you're like, what? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Serta.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight. We appreciate all of you and respect all of you. Also, I want to remind everybody about our Red Ribbon event. It's anti-violence, anti-drug week, and October 27th on Sunday. We're going to have a big extravaganza. Everybody come out and join us. We start the march at the police department, and we march over to Earl Ruth Park. We have food booths, refreshments, bounce houses. We have a lot of activities going on for the kids. So I want to remind everybody to come out. It's our annual tradition, and it's a really huge event. So come on out. It's pretty much a free event. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank also the staff. The park, Fig Tree Park is coming along in our neighborhood, so it really looks nice. Can't wait till it's done, till it's finished. I had a question. I'm not sure, because I did see a flyer, which I think it's really, really great, because it's a Eastside Career and Training Fair that we are supposedly, it's October the 9th, which is next week. And it's supposed to be here at the community center. I just didn't see anything coming to the council about the approval, chief, of the community center for this event. It was on Facebook, and it was brought to my attention, and I'm like, I don't know. It has not come to the council. So how are we going to do this? Make sure that they're able to do this event.
They didn't waive no fees, that's why. Only time it comes to council is when they're asking to waive the fees.
Okay.
It was Workforce Connection that is presenting this event, so that is why you didn't see it.
But I feel like if it's something for our community, then I mean we do it for everybody else. We need to be fair across the board, and it's something really, really good. I love the idea of bringing this training and career. And the reason I say that is because I'm on the board of the EDC, and this Saturday.
Stop it.
Okay, excuse me. Sorry. This past Saturday, I had the honor to attend the graduation ceremony of 14 students, 2 from our city of Parlier. These students graduated from the Central Valley Training Center program that is sponsored by the EDC, City of Selma, EDA, and California High Speed Rail. The CVTC is a project of the High Speed Rail Authority and offers pre-apprenticeship and hands-on construction training. The CVTC also helps with job placements after graduation, including opportunities to work with the High Speed Rail project and their contractors. I would like to put this, place the EDC on our agenda for our next council meeting, which is November the 7th, for a presentation and encourage our residents here in Parlier that they're seeking new job opportunities. Please attend our council meeting so you can get the information. It's really, really good. I believe it's a 12-week program, and the students get certified for heavy equipment, for construction, cement. They do carpentry. I mean, they come out with like at least 9 or 10 certifications. So it's a really, really good program for our residents that are looking for a new career or looking for that better career. I encourage them, please come. I would like to place this, Chief, like I said, on the agenda for November the 7th, so they can come and present about this program. I really, really truthfully, I mean, it's really good to see these young adults looking at their future and being able to do a training to where they will be able to get better jobs with even join unions for contractors. So I really encourage our residents that are really looking for a new opportunity to please attend so they can get the information. Thank you.
Are electricians on there?
Electricians. There was one student that on graduation was told that he scored so high that one of the contractors was waiting to hire him.
Oh, wow.
They get certified for all that. It's really, really great program, and that's through the CDC is the one that's really doing it.
Mm-hmm. CDC has been working with the city for years. I think even way back when Armando was here. So that's something that they've always done.
Okay, I just wanted to thank and give a shout out to the Lions Club for their display at the Fresno Fair. I went this past weekend with my son to volunteer and help them out. It's really nice. Make sure you go out there and look at their display. Also, our Parlier Kids FFA will be out there, have been out there. They have some agriculture displays out there as well. That we'll have kids there this week and next week. Again, it's just something to go out there and support our community, our nonprofit, the Lions Club, and also our Parlier Unified Parlier High School students. Also, I just wanted to make sure everybody attends our Red Ribbon Walk. Again, yes, like Chief said, it's an annual tradition that we go out there and, go out with the kids in the community and provide a positive message about staying away from drugs. We've been going out there for years. I was little going out there, and I take my kids with me as well. We have a busy week. The end of the month of October. The Trunk or Treat, I look forward to seeing everybody at that event. It's fun, bring the kids. It's safe. You get a good amount of candy. And there's vendors out there as well. The community event, what is it? Confia?
Confia.
What is it? Confia, let's go. Oh. Yeah, and I have my glasses on. Actually, this is really cool to see all the agencies out here. Again, it's from 6 to 8 on the 17th. come out and get some information and some help from the resources that will be provided. And I believe that's it from me. Thank you.
I also want to thank the Lions Club for their display. I got to go yesterday with my family. It was very nice. We got to walk around. Like Sabrina said, October 17th, Confia, let's go. They're having the event here at the community center. We have the Red Ribbon Walk, and then the Trunk or Treat. Trunk or Treat we've been going to for the past 3 years. It's a very big event. Usually the whole grass area is full of vendors, so please come out. I just want to thank all staff for keeping up their great work that they do, from the guys in Public Works, all the ladies inside, and Rachel running the sports program. I really do appreciate you guys and the community. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you.
I also want to thank all the staff. I want to thank the finance director, the girls that are doing our budget book. It looks so good and clean, which is good. Also, Thursday, don't forget, October 17th, the community center. Looks like they're going to have some Mexican dancers there. So that'd be exciting. So other than that, oh yeah, and I have to let the community know I asked Chief, because I got calls about the stray cats getting citations in their front of their houses, and Chief said that there was none. So I'm just clarifying that for the committee. But other than that, that's all I got to say.
I didn't get your name.
Yesenia Carrillo.
Yesenia what?
Carrillo.
Oh, Carrillo. Okay. Because I saw this, but I didn't see.
That's not her. That one's not her.
The Chapman?
Yeah,
firm?
no, that's for a different.
Oh, okay. I thought she
She's
was part of
coming
it.
from the other firm that we have a contract with, LCW, and I have a sister named Yesenia, so yeah.
Can I have a card or something just to put my minutes on there? Okay, thank you.
So you can help her with that. Yeah, it's good. Anything, Dorothy?
Oh.
No?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
I just want to say that I see Erlinda on a daily basis, and she's doing a great job. I've been working with her. I got a lot of donations that I'll be passing out to her. I see our homeless people out there that she's feeding every day. I see their animals that I have spayed and neutered out there hanging out. And I just want to say thank you. Keep up the good work. You're amazing. And we're putting together a revival coming up in November. I'll be helping her fundraise also.
Oh, good. That's good. Team effort. That's what I like.
Yes, definitely.
Javier?
No comment.
Jeff?
Thank you. I attended the American Planning Association State Conference over the last weekend. Got a nice legislative update. Lots of things coming down the pipeline that the city's going to enjoy having to comply with. There is one of many. Yeah, there is a $10 billion bond that covers a lot of things that I guess it's going to be on the ballot in November. A $10 billion bond for drinking water, extreme heat mitigation, parks and outdoor access, and clean air programs. There are a number of bills that will take effect January 1st that relate to mandatory elements of the general plan. So in addition to the city's housing element, which is, we actually have a meeting with HCD next week to go over comments. The city over the next handful of years is going to have to think about updating its general plan. By 2028, we'll have to address extreme heat hazards in our safety element, update our circulation element to address truck routes, and we're going to have to update our conservation element to address wildlife corridors and habitat connectivity. Plus, with the updating of the housing element, we're going to have to do some changes to our safety element, which then triggers creation of a new environmental justice element to the general plan. So there's a lot of things. Some of these are more immediate, and some we have to have in effect by 2028. Which, when it comes to things like amending general plans or updating general plans, is not a lot of time. There were a few new laws that took effect related to permitting unpermitted ADUs, increasing the number of allowable ADUs on lots, requiring ministerial approval of small subdivisions, and some changing to fee requirements. So that's my short version. I'll bring the unabridged version back for your consideration on some of these things later. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So with me, I think the complaint that came from a resident about citations was a resident that actually did come to Michelle in regards to one of our officers that I think it was code enforcement. Was it animal control? I'm sorry, animal control, and did say that about giving her a citation for a stray cat. And you can't give citations on stray cats because they're feral cats. They're, like we were saying, they're colonized in the areas, and you can do that with an animal that is a dog. But if we're gonna start threatening our public about feral cats, I think that's going to be very not good. I'm just going to say it's not going to be good. So I think maybe addressing that with staff, because I don't have her name, but maybe so talk to Michelle about that, because that cannot be happening, and it's because she fed a cat. So people do that. They feed animals. I mean, we can't stop them for being compassionate. So, a cat's not gonna bite. It's not, maybe they'll scratch you, but that's our fault for reaching for them. So, because normally they run away. That's one. So I just want to make sure that if you can, please, follow up. I mean, residents don't want to feel like they're going to get cited for something like that. And it was in her property. So it wasn't like in the street. It was her property. So we can't tell them if she wants to feed a cat that's in her property, she can do that. That's one. And then I wanted to follow up too with you, because I know that we, at the last meeting, said we were going to look into the water billing problem with one of our businesses. I don't want to say her name, but she was here and she presented, and okay, the thing that what she told me was that it is her bill, because there's no way of proving that who it belonged to, but there is, because we had construction being done in front of her property in her business. So I asked her to bring the bills that show the difference from that time period. Because if it's a business and they have like 5 girls or 6 girls in there, and she's getting billed $800, that you obviously know that it's not because $800 is from women using the facilities all the time. It's water that was being used because they were not connected to anything else. They connected, and they did say that it did connect to one of the water connections that was there. No, because she didn't know that they were doing that. She discovered this later on her bill, that she now has an $800 bill. And I had Javier ask, and I think they said that they did use the water there for...
He told me he had an agreement with her, but it was between
But
them.
it was used. And using water like for here and there, but you doing a construction, because a bill like that is not because I just went to go use the water to wash my hands, or they went and used her water without even being metered. And they should have been a little bit more clear, but they were doing a project of ours. So that's where the problem may be, where we need to make sure we find out how we can resolve it, because now it created this big old bill for her. And the guy either needs to... Yeah, because he was working on one of our projects.
But you said they agreed.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
I don't know terms.
just as a reminder, this item is to provide.
I know,
brief
and that's, it's my comments, but it always happens,
So
I'm sorry.
the appropriate thing would be to provide direction to look
And that's what I
into
was
it.
trying to do.
We can then agendize if further council members would
I
like
think
to
they just need
discuss.
to look into that and maybe contact her and get more clarification of what really happened. Because I think that it's best for maybe her to come in and sit down with you, Serta, and Javier. I just know that what she did complain was that they came in and she wasn't aware that they were going to be using it for the entire project. Like when you say, let me use a little bit of your water, you're oh yeah, sure, use all my water, you know? So no, that's not what happened. And maybe you can address it with her and find some kind of solution. Unbelievable. But November's coming. So that's one. And then the other was I wanted to thank Javier for, we're getting almost done with the downtown revitalization. I see the buildings. So are they going to be able to be complete by December?
Yeah, that's his goal, is to be complete by December.
And then would the next phase?
For those 10 buildings or 11 buildings?
Well, because it was two phases, right? And we still have the other phase. You just got the first phase going.
Oh yeah. There's 10 buildings broken down, I think, in 5 phases. So right now he's doing the next 2 buildings, which is the second phase, and then the other 2 buildings. So
The reason I'm saying is because December's around the corner.
Yeah.
And you still have the next phase,
Mhm.
the phase 2. So I don't know if he can get maybe more
crews.
to start working on that, because if not, then deadline, federal government don't say, okay, well, I'm gonna wait for you and finish your project. They're just gonna say, well, you didn't need it, so we're taking the rest back. So I that's one of my concerns, because we want to finish that whole entire project from there. And what's the update on the Flores field, where that basin, what exactly is going to be there? I know you presented it, but it's been what, 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, and I need to do another project presentation. I will.
Yeah, just because I forgot already what you had presented back then, and what was going to be, because they've asked me what's going to be in that basin, and I told them it's going to be used for the basin for, of course, when it rains and it gets flooded and it goes through there, but which will help the flooding on J Street. But what exactly is going to be there? Because that field was dedicated to Mr. Flores, and I know that they all used it for the kids, and we talked about that the last time. But what exactly is going to be there? So
Yeah, so this phase of the project just deepened it and adds a pipe, and then the second phase we're going to deepen it even more and put recharge chambers underground to add more
So you're going to go
capacity.
deeper?
Mm-hmm. But it's not going to be deeper on the surface. It's just going to be underground. It's going to be covered in dirt, so there'll be chambers underneath the ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
And
then
the-
it won't
the
be like
baseball field.
deep.
No.
It's going to be underground, and it's going to
Yep.
have. Oh, okay.
Is that gonna work for Merced Street also?
Yeah, this is my time again. Thank you. So I just want to thank everybody for being here, and again, joining us with all the events that everybody else already said. I don't want to reiterate it for the 5th time. So thank you guys, and nothing to discuss any further, and meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.